Hey, T-Slippers. Happy Saturday. So the one person that was in here didn't even hit the like button. What? I came in, one person waiting, and they did not even hit the like button. I sure hope that wasn't Janet. Be facts. Hey, Sam's Eyes TV. What it do? What it do? What it do? You hit the like button. Okay, okay. Thank you. Hey, Be Rich. You hit the like button. Happy Saturday. Hey, Smoker Homo. Woo! Old lady held that note for a minute, didn't it, Smoke? Shout out to Smokelahoma. Hey, Janet. So which one of y'all that just came in didn't hit the like button? Smoke, you hit the like button? Janet, you hit the like button? I should have saw 2 more likes. What it do? Auntie B, you on Like Patrol? Yeah, I'm on Like Patrol. Hit the like button. That's why I didn't come up yesterday. Absolutely. Baby, we go a long way back. I fell out with some folk over Janet. No, you didn't. You was here earlier, baby. Double check. Cause when I came in, there wasn't no lights, baby girl. And then, Sam's hit the like button. The like button went up to 1. I'm sorry to tell you. Maybe it disappeared or something. Yeah, when I came in, I had 1 person waiting, 0 likes. No disrespect. Like, what? Here I go, choking over. What? Come on in, y'all. Let me go get me some yogurt. Because all I have put in my mouth, I ain't going to say put in my mouth, but my life is darkened. I don't know what's going on. Because I was shocked. I was like, oh my God. I don't know what's going on. Y'all come on in. They say Trump is scared. I showed y'all the last time I was here. If YouTube is making a mistake, Janet, I apologize. But when I pulled up, it had 0 likes. 1 person waiting. And then Sam's came in, and then the like went up. Hey, Samantha. Why y'all presidents scared? Scared. Huh? I showed y'all the other day what done happened? Lord. I started talking about y'all president. Okay, well, thank you. I showed y'all the other day I was here because I didn't come yesterday because y'all been playing with my likes. And so I said, well, oh, y'all don't want to know what I said. Hi, Auntie Fee. I just came in and brought my thumbs up. How you doing? I'm good. I've been getting some rest since y'all been resting on my likes and support to my platform. I said, well, baby, I ain't going for fun no more. Them days is over. I got some things going on. I don't have time to be being a 100 for folk who ain't 100 with me. Them days is over. Them nice days is over. Power Ward, yeah. They was disrespecting my kindness. Y'all know I ain't no good. I ain't no good. Please double tap. Yep. And I appreciate support by way of Cash App. Absolutely. Let me go get my yogurt, y'all. Come on in. Hit the like button. I'm on one today. Ain't that what they say? She on one. Yep. I'm on one. Smokelahoma, you need to start back with what was you calling it? Story time. You need to come on back and start going live with story time. I got Bathtub Chronicles, baby. Woo! And them young folks, I don't think them young folks can handle Auntie Fee bedtime bathtub bubble bath chronicles, baby. Cause my legs looks good to be old. How she got toned legs? Huh? How she don't have cellulite all in them thighs? Huh? Somebody been rubbing them the right way? Huh? Samantha said, hello, everyone. I hope all is well. Praise God. We gonna need to pray, Samantha, before I get started. I'm on 1 or 2. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I removed some wrenches. I removed some wrenches because it appeared like people was too scared to support Auntie Feet platform and too afraid to say hit the like button. I don't know what the heck they think they getting the wrench for. Just the hole, and you not even saying hit the like button, support the platform, send a cash out. I mean, if you can't say that, then I don't know what you got to stick for. How that blind lady? What it do? Yeah, cause it ain't went up. So let me go put some honey on my and some chia seeds on my yogurt. So I can keep these pretty legs of mine pretty. Huh? What? Woo! Yes, indeed, honey. Yes, indeed. Thinking about some things, man. This shit is just cuckoo Cuckoo wild, man. They been lying to us for a while. Cuckoo wild, they been lying to us for a while. And why is Trump running scared? That bounty went from 50 mil from back in June of last year to 58. And then they added a bounty for BB Netanyahu. And I think the threat and the lights went up. Let me sit down and see if the lights don't went up. Two people. Hey, the kickback. Hey. Kickback and stay a while, huh? So y'all, listen. Why old boy scared to go to? Okay, so listen. Let me go back. I was thinking not too long ago when old boy was in China. And he was just, when he was scared to say something with a T. Tyrone. I think you better call Tyrone. Call him. And tell him, come on, get your shit. Yeah. Anyway, and when he got shook, it was like, who did he see? You know, what made him get that look? You know, he leaned his head and like, and then he realized he couldn't say nothing. But China's beautiful. China is beautiful. I mean, and then he just went dumber than he already was. I wonder, did he see somebody that was a threat? Did they show him a picture or something and he saw it? Did somebody showed a picture like that other man over there in Qatar that time? They had that red and white hat thing where, you know, a scarf, you know, a beanie or whatever that them fuck over there be wearing. Only 6 likes. I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to be about to say something real good. And then I'm going to go bleep. And then people going to be mad and they going to unsubscribe. But I'm going to say good. Good. You wasn't a supporter no way. You was a hater. Yeah, you was a hater waiting to hear what I was going to say so that you could change it up and make yourself sound like you smart because you are not. Yeah. About 7 of y'all was either waiting for me to talk about whatever I was talking about in the Mo3 sector, or you was waiting to steal my mojo. Yeah. So bye. Be gone. Next time, if you know you gonna use my mindset, my verbiage, hit my Cash App. Stop stealing all your damn life. You a thief. You can't make it make sense, but you want to try to build your platform and sound like you know what the you talking about. Hit my Cash App. If not, unsubscribe. I don't give a shit. I hope you know by now I don't give a shit. It's the respect of it all. And if you want to say, well, Auntie Fee, you just repeat, I mean, you just read it, because I know where to go. I've done my research enough to know where to go and get the truth. I know my research enough to know if the dots align correctly. And I respect, they hustle enough not to want to rewrite their shit. Let them talk for themselves. And then I will analyze it with you, for you. But let them speak for their damn self. I'm not going to study their craft and then reword it like I know what the hell I'm talking about. No. That's the difference. I spend my time finding the truth for you to listen with your good ear. And I have 41 million views. So somebody appreciate, hey, Room Shaker. A Room Shaker know I be researching during the day. She knows all too well. Yeah, so I don't have to steal their shit. I can let them speak for themselves and then analyze it with all the other knowledge I have I have parked. You understand? You understand the difference? I know what to say. Nah, that ain't true. No. So respect my hustle to find y'all the facts. You may not understand it at this time, but you will understand it better by and by. Y'all know that old song, Farther Along We know all about it. Farther along we will understand why. Cheer up, my brother. Live in the sunshine. You'll understand it better by and by. Y'all know that old song? Room Shaker been having me cutting up, y'all. That Room Shaker's a trip, baby. She will swing you in some shit. Them lights ain't went up. Room Shaker, you hit the like button. She was over there going ham earlier, y'all. Truth be told, I was listening to her while I was, again, trying to line up my research for you so I won't have to be here all day. I got things to do. I got a bathtub chronicle to make. Yeah. I gotta think that through, though. I gotta think that through. Y'all don't realize Auntie Fee do a lot of thinking and researching and thinking. Yeah, that's why I'm figuring out. I figured it out last week, but y'all didn't hit the like button, so then I forgot. That when he was in China, somebody showed him something. One of them people, somebody showed him a picture. Somebody reminded his ass, that hood talk. I ain't gonna say it. Somebody reminded him like them people that had them little red and white hats in Qatar did when that man wouldn't let him go. Cause if y'all remember, I don't know if y'all remember what I'm talking about. It was a little short man. He was standing there with the dignitaries and the the royals with the red and white do-rags, on their head. And that little short round man came, it showed Trump something. And then he kind of put his head, trying to see what it was and tried to grab it, and kind of grabbed it out of his head. And that little old round man started laughing at him, and the whole room was laughing at him on the cool. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? And then Trump grabbed it and kind of like put it in his shirt, in his jacket. Then shortly after, they got grace and blessed to be able to do an Air Force in Idaho. Yeah. So I said, now, yeah, because that that little old short round man shook his head and wouldn't let Trump's hand go either. Do y'all remember that? Dang, I hope y'all, because he was shaking his hand and Trump was trying to pull his hand back, like to be done with the handshake. And that man, strong armed him, just like that China man did. Wouldn't let him go. Let him know, boo, I got you. So, I made, I kind of reminded somebody that they passed, these foreigners is passing Trump. Trafficking, PDF and great pictures around. They passing Trump around, y'all. You remember that Be Rich? If you think about it, that was kind of like the same thing. Jing Chong, y'all, whatever his name is. It's the same thing he did when he greeted him and wouldn't let his hand go. And then I was like, he saw a damn ghost. He saw something. Somebody reminded him when he was standing up in that little, in front of them people, and he couldn't say nothing about Tyrone. He couldn't say nothing about none of them. He couldn't use the word T. I think somebody may have showed him something, and he saw it, and he went silent. He would have been passed around. Or maybe they showed, something. So now I'm hearing he's scared. Scared. He can't even go do his own son's, his firstborn wedding. He like to put on tux and suits and shit. Huh? I mean, he been getting busted all over the place, and the military need to stay at his house. I'm sure he's got guard in the sleeping quarters and shit, He done got threatened. Him scared. Him downstairs scared. What they say, he's scared to go outside. Shout out to Mo3. Him scared to go outside. Huh? You thought you was on your way somewhere and they done made your ass turn around. Canceled your plans for the holidays. Oh yeah, he done had another meltdown. Epstein closet insider in his Congress name. I mean, Epstein popping back up. But hell, did you see Epstein in China? Who and what did you see? Huh? Trump had a psycho meltdown as he prepares for what? Dang, you finna make me have to jump here. Because this is 4 minutes ago. God, dog. I can't never go in order, can I? Oh, my goodness. Why him scared? He having meltdowns, y'all. The GOP turning on him. They voting against him in trouble. Because they done increased that bounty. And hell, by the cost of living and all of that, ain't no telling who gonna collect that money. They gonna say, okay, so if I don't survive, do my mama, my kids, your kids, the kids, yeah. Who gonna get it? I need for it to be wheeled down. If I don't make it, if I get locked up, if they, put something in my arm, they need to go to my kids. Cause see, we hungry. The cost of living done went up. Hell, eggs $10 and shit. Gas damn near $6. Hell, I can't drive nowhere. I can't eat nowhere. I'm like, shit, should I order food and do DoorDash or should I try to cook? Oh, gas done went up too? Electric utility? Well, hell, I may need to know how many million do I, is this tax-free millions? It's a bonus too? If I give Netanyahu, I mean, what we doing? Huh? Shit. He did. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Still here just dressing. Okay, Room Shaker. Yeah, so shout out to Room Shaker. Her little messy ass. Man, Room Shaker put your name off in it. She'll put Auntie, but yeah, Auntie Feet said, yeah, anyway. So yeah, blocked from his the alliances. This shit, the table has absolutely turned. Okay, now when is it gonna be checkmate? When is his ass getting out of here? I don't know why. I don't know why. It held the people that he trying to protect that are supposed to be lawmakers. Hell, y'all changing the laws. Let us change the laws too, cause somebody 58 mil and the cost of living done went way up. I mean, damn, I have 5 items, and my bill was damn near $100. It was more than half 100. What you say? But you will come out and play if they get wrong with you as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, them nice days is over with them people. They need to bag back down so I can bag back down. I don't like being mean, but if I have to, well, I'm not going to say mean. Yeah, you just not going to take advantage of me. I ain't no slut puppy like that. You just can't have your way with me and my name. You just not. Nope. That's that Leo in me. Yeah, that's that Leo in me. Let you get close enough to see how you gonna handle something, and then the roar gets loud. The roar, yeah, that you done got too close, or you done went too far. You better back up. Yeah, that's in me. I ain't gonna even lie. I ain't never denied it. I just don't necessarily, like for it to come out. I like being tame, Yeah. There's a beauty in that. There's growth in having seasoned and just kind of chill and know you don't have to react all the time, or there are subtle ways of doing it to get your point across. That's all I'm saying. Leave me alone. What Gardo say, dear me? Leave me alone, dear me. Anyway, yeah, let me get to this, baby, because I don't know what's going on. They done showed his car. It was going one way down the highway, the freeway. Chelsea Gabbard, she had to resign because, she couldn't lie no more. The other girl, she got fired. She screwing on the Air Force One or whatever she was. She got a whole bed. She had a whole husband and a whole side piece, Sam. And I got Sam in here, so let me say side piece, Tommy. And she she was asking for warm towels by the bed and clean sheets and fragrance and stuff by the nightstand on the plane that we paying for. Huh? How they doing all this screwing and ucking and ducking and all of this on our dime? And there's a $58 million bounty on his head. Shit. We're poking them. God damn. I mean, shit. 58 mil. Huh? Oh, wow. Yeah, him scared, y'all. Him scared. So let me go and get on in there. I was waiting for y'all to get the lights up, but that's okay. I know how to get y'all. I'ma shut it down. And they saying daughter dark past, okay. And let me say this. I saw that rumor and I try not to play with that about him screwing his daughter and stuff. Now I don't think he because of that Zionist, they're playing with the devil. That Talmud or all of that, they breaking your own kids in type shit. I don't know. And keeping it in the lineage, I put some over here. Yeah, that ain't too far-fetched. I mean, I hate to say it, but keeping it in the bloodline or keeping it in the family and test, that ain't too far-fetched. So, all that sleeping with your family members and that's what the Rothschilds did. Let me say it like that. And because he's trying to start his own Rothschild situation, take off. That ain't too far-fetched. I'm gonna tell y'all that now. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull that up. Because I just watched that. The Rothschilds kept it in the family. Yeah. They slept with yeah. Talmud. Here, listen.
109 different countries over a span of 2,000 years has nothing to do with them being Jewish, has everything to do with what they practice. Check this out, okay?
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English.
Can y'all hear this?
So for M15,
we're non-Jews.
Even the best of goyim.
Yeah, we're non-Jews. Can y'all hear this? Were y'all able to hear that? Because I don't see no movement past a natural knowledge laughing at me. Can y'all hear this?
This is why they were kicked out of 109 different countries.
They're talking about the fake Jews. Talking about the BB Netanyahus and the Trumps now.
Being Jewish has everything to do with what they practice. Check this out, okay?
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English. So for M15,
we're non-Jews.
Even the best of goyim should all be killed. Yebamoth 98A.
Should all be what? So if you're not a fake, what?
This is why they were kicked out of 109 different countries over a span of 2,000 years. Has nothing to do with them being Jewish, has everything to do with what they practice. Check this out, okay?
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English. So for M15,
we're non-Jews.
Even the best of goyim should all be killed. Yebamoth 98A. All children of goyim are animals. Baba Mesia 1.
So they think that our offsprings from our ancestors should all be killed unalive. So when we wonder why are they allowing these people, they don't put they people in place to subtly, keep us in bondage or unalive us. And why are they getting away with it? Because this is their religion. This is their religion. Let me start over.
This is why they were kicked out of 109 different countries over a span of 2,000 years. Has nothing to do with them being Jewish, has everything to do with what they practice. Check this out, okay?
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English. So for M15,
we're non-Jews.
Even the best of goyim should all be killed. Yebamoth 98A.
The best
all children of goyim are animals. Baba Mesia 114b. Gentiles goys are not humans. They are beasts. Gachaz 2:2. A Jew may violate but not marry a non-Jew girl.
Makes sense.
So they can violate us, but can't bring them into their bloodline. Can't mix. Can't mix. And maybe why he hate Obama. I mean, he hate us all. But this is the devil. Let's go.
With Epstein, huh?
So they can grape. So they are allowed to grape. Okay? But you can't marry one.
This is why they were kicked out of 109 different countries over a span of 2,000 years. Has nothing to do with them being Jewish, has everything to do with what they practice. Check this out, okay?
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English. Sophorim 15.
We're non-Jews.
Even the best of goyim should all be killed. Yebamoth 98a. All children of goyim are animals.
So that's when I be saying, I'm sorry. When I be saying it don't matter who you are. If you're not a part of them, he don't respect it. He can't, because that's their religion. So you can't get it twisted and thinking, well, I believe in his views. Well, that means you believe in the devil. Because he is a part of the kill, steal, and destroy. You can't pick and choose with the devil. You cannot pick and choose with the devil. And this is his practice. So even if you think that you agree with some of the stuff he do, his is deriving from the devil. And it's just a matter of time before he flips on you. That just means that he has you in a trance. And I know we're going to say, nah, that ain't what it is. Yes, that's what that is. That's why he's able to matter of factly say he know he ain't making it into heaven. He said it ain't nothing he can do to make it into heaven. Now, I need y'all vote. This is going to be the last time y'all going to need to vote. That's what he said. And he said that where? At Turning Point USA. Ain't that funny? Charlie Kirk was still alive. See, at that time, Charlie Kirk was on that, in the program. He was getting the millions and millions of dollar donations. See how they set that man up? Had him thinking this was a political campaign. He would really believe in what he thought Trump was about. He thought he was about the people. And here come these people just out of nowhere saying, I believe in your cause. I believe in you, Candace. I believe in you too. So you're going to talk bad about black people? Oh, okay. Okay. So you want to be a Zionist, so you're going to be a black Zionist. Oh, God, great. We have a black Jew. Until they realized that they were, wait a minute, y'all doing what? See, Candace's she was okay with the movement, the donations and all that until she started having kids. And the thought of if they do that to these babies, I mean, there is no line with these people. There is no line. Then hell, if they do this to kids, they would do this to my kids too, right? If you don't agree with me, yeah. So that's how that happened. That's why Trump felt bad, because Charlie Kirk being taken out changed his plan, his course, because Charlie was going to be replacing him as president, because he had a way of words and persuasion better than his own kids. Charlie had a way. So at first I was thinking maybe he just didn't want to go to his son, his junior wedding, maybe because he's still feeling some type of way about Charlie. And then I'm seeing all this money floating around on his head. Boy, I got a picture, a girl, I got a picture of him where, woo, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know if that toupee fell off or blew off. I don't know what happened to that hair that he liked to flip over to the other side. But baby, it was gone. I said, oh my God. It was kind of like when somebody sent me that picture of the lady who said I was too old to be on YouTube. Baby, I know you fucking lying to me. Baby. Yeah, it was kind of like that. It was one of them baby moments. It's like I know good and dang well. That wasn't a clone. I need to find it. It was not the clone. It was him without the wig. Without that little old track that they have glued. Baby, the glue, I guess, got too loose. It was gone. I'ma find it. But let's listen. Let's listen. Lord, when I saw that, I said, I know you lying to me.
This is why they were kicked out of 109 different countries over a span of 2,000 years. Has nothing to do with them being Jewish. Has everything to do with what they practice.
Baby.
Check this out, okay?
The practice is real.
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English. Sophorim 15.
We're non-Jews.
Even the best of goyim should all be killed. Yebamoth 98a. All children of goyim are animals. Baba Mesia 114b. Gentiles goys are not humans. They are beasts. Geshaz 2. A Jew may violate but not marry a non-Jew girl.
Makes sense with
Sander
everything
in
with Epstein,
54b.
huh? Look.
A Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. Tospot
Their
Jebamoth
religion.
84.
Less than 9 years old. Less than 9 years old. I don't even know what Clarence Thomas is. Hell, in the Epstein files, it's saying that the child he raped was like 3 at a church. At a church. These folks is crazy.
Or B. If you eat with a goy is the same as eating with a dog.
Hey,
Baba
Reflection.
Mesia 24a. If a Jew finds an object lost by a goy, it does not have to.
Let's wake up, friends. Has nothing to do.
If he finds something, he can just take it. He's not supposed to steal from them. But if it's anybody else, if he finds it, hell, let's finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Let's go.
Do with someone being a quote Jew has everything to do.
Howard, exactly. So when we hear this god awful stuff about babies and toddlers and all this shit, it don't mean nothing to them. They get brownie points for that. Where we will be cast in the pit of hell, they get rewarded. They get stripes and shit for that.
This is why they were kicked.
These are them damn
This is why they were
gypsies.
kicked out of 109 different countries over a span of 2,000 years. Has nothing to do with them being Jewish. Has everything to do with what they practice. Check this out, okay?
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English. Sophorim 15.
We're non-Jews.
Even the best of goyim should all be killed. Yebamoth 98a. All children of goyim are animals. Baba Mesia 114b. Gentiles goys are not humans. They are beasts. Geshaz 2. A Jew may violate but not marry a non-Jew girl.
Makes sense with
Sander
everything
in
with Epstein,
54b.
huh? Look.
A Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. Tospot
Their
Jebamoth
religion.
84b. If you eat with a goy is the same as eating with a dog. Baba Mesia 24a. If a Jew finds an object lost by a goy, it does not have to.
Let's wake up, friends. Has nothing to do with someone being a quote Jew. Has everything to do with their fruits, as Jesus said, know them by their fruits. This is why they.
Y'all remember when I used to talk about people say you can't judge, and I said yes, you can. The Bible says you can judge a tree by the fruit that it bears. You can judge a tree by the fruit. Hello, everybody coming in. Can y'all get the likes up for me? I would greatly appreciate it. Support my platform. You can judge. People say you can't judge. No, we can't put you in heaven or put you in hell. But God says we can judge the tree by its fruit. No good tree bears bad fruit. Now, does that mean he's talking about non-believers, not believers? Because we are made clean. We are made good by the acceptance of Jesus Christ. Nothing else we do makes us clean other than accepting him as our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So you can judge a tree by the fruit that it bears. And there is no good fruit on Trump's tree. If you find good in this rotten fruit, then that means that you are rotten-minded as well. Let me say that for the ones in the back. If you find good in Trump, then that means that you rotten too. Because the fruit ain't good. The fruit ain't good. And yes, I can judge it. I can judge the fruit because God said I can. How else do we take ownership? How else can we see ourselves a wretch undone if we don't judge our actions? Yeah, we got to stop playing with ourselves. We got to stop lying to ourselves. We got to stop that. Stop going along to get along. Yeah. Stop just trying to be opposite of everybody else just because before you find yourself in hell. Playing games with the devil. Trying to charm the devil. Trying to be this, Trying to get in. I mean, not to folk just entertaining garbage just to get in. This is why we got to be careful with people who say they don't believe in God or say that Jesus stuff and all that type of stuff. Baby, y'all better stop playing and entertaining it like that, because that's what's in their heart and mind. It's a girl over there in the Mo3 sector that's entertaining somebody who is advertising parts of their body. Now, I understand that there may have been some violations, but how are you entertaining that? And you got kids. So you entertain, and he in the Epstein files. Why would you want to be with somebody you got kids you can't stop having? You want to have a devil like baby with somebody who is practicing Sodom and Gomorrah, and you got kids. But I'm gonna move on. Yeah, I'm gonna move on past that, baby, because you can't play with the devil. I'm just gonna say it like that, because you'll get sucked in with the fame of it all and the entertainment of it all. Okay, entertainment. Yeah, so that means that you have that mindset. You can be bought. You can be pimped. Yeah. Yeah. Just pulling their whole butt cheeks apart, trying to entice another man, and you say you in love with him. Yeah. That's to me. I mean, you said Auntie P don't have that ain't the same. Yes, it is. It's the devil's playground. Words lead to fruit. Baby. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this time I ain't gonna stop. But I just can't help it. I can't help it. I wasn't supposed to talk about this
kicked out of 109 different
for a few
countries
days
over
now.
a span of 2,000 years. Has nothing to do with them being Jewish. Has everything to do with what they practice. Check this out, okay?
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English. Sophorim 15.
We're non-Jews.
Even the best of goyim should all be killed. Yebamoth 98a.
Devil thought he was gonna play with me over there. Had old girl talking shit about me in the comment section. Yeah, the devil. Yeah. The devil had her hands do some dirty work for her, thinking that I was gonna let it slide. Hey, Mimi. Hey, everybody done came in. Yeah, sometimes you gotta get in the devil's face. Let the devil know he don't run nothing over here. You have no power. I will expose you while you trying to be funny with me. I remind you of how deep into the devil's playground. Yeah. Put the devil back in their place. Yeah. These folks think they crazy. They think they really running shit. Okay, but come on.
All children of goyim are animals. Baba Mesia 114b. Gentiles goys are not humans. They are beasts. Gachaz 2. A Jew may violate but not marry a non-Jew girl.
Makes sense with
Sander
everything
in
with Epstein,
54b.
huh? Look.
A Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. Tauspot
Their
Jebamoth
religion.
84b. If you eat with a goy is the same as eating with a dog. Baba Mesia 24a. If a Jew finds an object lost by a goy, it does not have to.
Let's wake up, friends. Has nothing to do with someone being a, quote, Jew. Has everything to do with their fruits. As Jesus said, know them by their fruits.
Know them by their fruit.
This is why they were kicked out of 109 different countries over a span of 2,000 years. Has nothing to do with them being Jewish. Has everything to do with what they practice. Check this out, okay?
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English. Sophorim 15.
We're non-Jews.
Even the best of goyim should all be killed. Yebamoth 98a. All children of goyim are animals. Baba Mesia 114b. Gentiles goys are not humans. They are beasts. Gachaz 2. A Jew may violate but not marry a non-Jew girl.
Makes sense with
Sander
everything
in
with Epstein,
54b.
huh? Look.
A Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child
Running
is
their
less than 9
mouth.
years
Hey,
old.
Munchie.
Tauspot
Their
Jebamoth
religion.
84b.
Power
If you eat
warrior.
with a
You welcome,
goy
baby.
is the same as eating with a dog. Baba Mesia 24a. If a Jew finds an object lost by a goy, it does not have to.
Let's wake up, friends. Has nothing to do with someone being a, quote, Jew. Has everything to do with their fruits. As Jesus said, know them by their fruits. This is why they were kicked out of 109 different countries over a span of 2,000 years. Has nothing to do with them being Jewish. Has everything to do with what they practice. Check this out, okay?
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English. Sophorim 15.
We're non-Jews.
Even the best of goyim should all be killed. Yebamoth 98a. All children of goyim are animals. Baba Mesia 114b. Gentiles goys are not humans. They are beasts. Gachaz 2. A Jew may violate but not marry a non-Jew girl.
Makes sense with
Sander
everything
in
with Epstein,
54b.
huh? Look.
A Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. Tauspot
Their
Jebamoth
religion.
84b. If you eat with a goy is the same.
So that reminds me, see, just listening to this remind me of even when, you know, some of Trump's little comeback. Y'all remember Sasha Riley when he told us about the dogs, the puppies. and what he did to him. You know, he came to that farm, unallowed that little girl, they threatened Sasha Riley what they would do to him if he didn't comply with whatever Trump wanted, allegedly. And just as I hear this in their practice, it just reminds me a lot of what Sasha Riley said. And then when Trump would get back, go at somebody, or he barked like a dog, or he squealed like a wounded puppy, and just some of his sarcasm leaned back to, even great. They've been doing that for millions of years, and it's just all of that is in Trump in his speech. I'm just now reading your comment. You put that, okay. So let me go on here, y'all. Let me go here. Let's hear this. I want to find the one I have where he talks about how he been running. Let's go, y'all. Hit the like button. Come on. This is not it. I need to find it. But this is the one that just popped off. And I haven't heard it.
Ballistic this morning as he is preparing to cave to Iran. Trump is making social media post after social media post, each more deranged than the next. Iran issued its final ultimatum to Donald Trump, communicated through Pakistani mediators who have been in Tehran.
They got his ass scared. They put a bounty. They increased the bounty.
This would be a deal if accepted by Donald Trump and the United States, which is far worse than Obama's deal. But Donald Trump rushed to hold an emergency call, not with the United States Congress, nor is he addressing the American people, but it's a phone call with Pakistan, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Turkey, and Egypt, which is taking place right now. And then rather than address Congress or address the American people about a deal that would be much worse than the Obama non-nuclear deal that Donald Trump pulled us out of, Donald Trump rushes to Barack Ravid from Axios, who does a lot of Donald Trump's propaganda, and in my opinion causes the markets to be manipulated, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And Barack Ravid posted the following this morning. It's like clockwork, isn't it, folks? Here's what Ravid posted.
Back to back to back to back.
Trump told me on a phone call that he's 50-50 when it comes to a deal with Iran or resuming the war. Either we reach a good deal or I'll blow them to 1,000 hells, he said. Trump told me he'll meet today with his senior advisor to discuss the details of the updated draft and may make a decision by tomorrow. I'll blow them to 1,000 hells, is what Donald Trump is saying. And then Axios runs the story, not about the blow them to 1,000 hells, but exclusive. Trump says he's 50-50 on Iran deal or bombs. We'll meet envoys to decide. So more threats of genocide by a genocidal maniac leader in the United States. Donald Trump posting the following on social media. China loves Trump, with a photo of Donald Trump
He's so sick in the head.
Chinese women holding Chinese flags. Donald Trump posts a map of the Middle East with Iran having the American flag placed over it. Donald Trump posts yet again this image that he's been posting multiple times a day now of himself. It's an AI image of himself looking over in the mountains, I suppose, in Greenland, and it says, "Hello, Greenland," and it's him kind of leering over like the sexual predator that he is. This is a new AI meme that he posted this morning, a very racist meme on Democratic Congress member Ro Khanna. And it's a photo of Ro Khanna with fangs.
Look at there.
Holding a sheep that apparently has money in it. And Ro Khanna,
a
then
wolf
it says,
in sheep clothing.
Sleazebag Ro Khanna.
That's
lies,
Trump.
lies, lies. And then Trump writes, a Democrat. Don't allow this sleazebag on Fox News. So Donald Trump is so intimidated by Ro Khanna, He's saying, don't allow Ro Khanna to be on Fox News. How pathetic can you get? And then Donald Trump posting photos of himself with Xi Jinping. I want to talk about the offer that Iran gave to Donald Trump. It doesn't alter really anything that Iran has previously said since the beginning of March. I mean, here we are, though, heading in Memorial Day weekend, heading into June, and Iran saying, here's our offer, here's our offer. One more time, Donald, here's the offer. Here's what here's where we're at. U.S. and Iranian negotiators may be extending the ceasefire by 60 days under a mediated deal that would include a gradual reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but still under the sovereign control of Iran. They would just waive the toll fees, but their port authority controls it. Talks on Iran's enriched uranium stockpile, eased restrictions on Iranian ports, sanctions relief, and the phased unfreezing of Tehran's overseas assets, the Financial Times report. And you may be saying, as I look through these things, like details, gradual reopening of Strait, it would also include a commitment to discussing, perhaps, diluting Iran's highly enriched uranium, whereas under Obama's deal, it was removing the highly enriched uranium and diluting it and having international inspectors make clear that there was no enriched uranium weapons grade in Iran. But now, what a great deal. They're going to discuss a framework to discuss potential diluting. Yay! And they're going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz gradually, which was open before, and Iran controls it. Yay! The U.S. would ease its blockade over the Strait of Hormuz, the blockade of the blockade, okay? The U.S. would also begin an unfazed freezing of Iran's assets. So wait a minute, you all got livid at Obama for unfreezing Iranian assets at a very small amount that frankly predated the revolution and was just actually was Iran money to begin with. And now you all are going to do that on steroids times 100. What the art of the deal, folks, the art of the deal. The sequence of events, though, is Iranian officials told Al Jazeera. Trump rushed to Barack Ravid to manipulate the market, but the sequence was an Iranian official told Al Jazeera that Iran reached the draft. He gonna let his kids get
hit, because I'm just seeing now, over here, talking about there may have been an attempt on Ivanka's life. Is this weekend a mark of something? Huh? I know I heard Kamali guy been waiting. He was hit with the first strike. Face may be unrecognizable, and he, had to waiting for a prosthetic leg and all of that. So he must be doing much, much better, I read. So now he on revenge. He on get back. He on get back real bad. Because not only did he lose his pops, I think I read he lost his wife and child. He lost kids and shit in that attack that took out his daddy, his mama. This man lost more than just his daddy. And he was hit in the leg. But he is recovered. And while we haven't seen him, I think his face was damaged. So he has hell, fire, brimstone, all of that. All of that, y'all. For real. So they were saying Trump talking about he may not go to his son's wedding. They said he was on his way to something that was planned today or yesterday, and had the whole entourage had to hit reverse. Stop real quick. A Monty leaving. Everybody have a blessed weekend. Okay, Monty, have fun. Enjoy. Said jammed on the brakes. Hit reverse. Did spin around and went back. Now I'm saying that there may, I don't know, I have not done the research, have been somebody trying to target Ivanka. But Ivanka, see, the funny thing about him and them and they, she testified. She had to give up her daddy. Y'all remember when we was in court and they didn't, and Jack Smith was about to nab him before that judge Cannon threw that shit out? Yeah, she had to speak against Trump, her daddy. So sometimes you don't know if that's an inside job over there or if it's coming from Iran. We don't know. But him, Mojtaba, and yeah, he finna surface, y'all. He finna surface. He waiting on his fake leg. What is it? Prostatic? No, I know that's not it, y'all. I know the word.
Agreement with Pakistani mediators and was waiting for the U.S. response. This was Iran with Pakistan.
Pathetic.
Gabbard, Iran's parliament leader. He was meeting with Pakistan's leader yesterday, and then you had Foreign Minister Araghchi meeting with Pakistan's leader yesterday. That's what actually was going down. I mean, you see the photos of what was happening right here. The Trump regime will say, "Oh, this is what was going on." Let me show you what was going on. Pakistan's army chief Asim Munir met Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi during his visit to Iran, and then here you see Pakistani's army chief Asim Munir meeting with Iran's parliament leader MB Ghalibaf in Tehran as well. So that's actually what was going down yesterday. And they communicated their final red lines. Then Donald Trump calls up Barack Ravid and starts making all of those social media posts right there. So then you had, while this was taking place, Pete Hegseth was at West Point this morning. And Hegseth told West Point graduates, he started quoting Charlie Kirk to West Point graduates this morning. Here's what Hegseth said.
As Charlie Kirk often said, remember always, this too shall pass. The good times will pass. The bad times will pass.
Hegseth's other message was, you can't throw your pronouns against the enemy during war. This was a major part of his speech to our West Point graduates. I mean, to me, this is what you're talking about, man. Here, play this clip.
The battlefield does not grade on a curve, and you can't throw your pronouns at the enemy.
What?
Combat is the ultimate test, and our best Americans must ace it.
And then I think another very, very important news, we have what Americans are experiencing right now in this country. As the Kobayashi letter explains, over the last 6 years, the S&P 500 has risen 130%, while U.S. consumer sentiment has collapsed negative 55% to its lowest since data began in 1952. We are witnessing the formation of the biggest wealth divide in American history. But when you actually take a look at this chart, let's be very clear. When Biden left at the end of 2024, consumer confidence was not this low. The consumer sentiment was around 80%, 81, 82%, okay? And it was actually right around where the S&P was. So take a look right there at the chart. S&P, consumer sentiment, rising at around the same levels. Right now, under Donald Trump, S&P, consumer sentiment is the worst in history. Since the Consumer Sentiment Report began in 1952 from the University of Michigan, by far consumers feel the worst. Why? Because they can't afford anything. They can't afford their groceries. They can't afford gas. They can't afford homes. They can't afford rent. They're late on credit cards. They don't have health care. We're in a jobs recession right now. But then you've got MAGA Republican Congress members out there like Mike Lawler. That's whose district Donald Trump spoke in yesterday at that deranged speech Trump gave in New York. Here's what he's saying when he went on state regime media. Let's play this clip.
But just coming back to the economy, Congressman, a lot of Americans, I'm sure in your district as well as others across the country, are really still feeling economic pain when they look at their paychecks right now and how they're having to spend it. The president not getting good approval ratings right now. How do you and he fix that before November's midterms?
Look, there are some really positive indicators. Take-home pay is up.
That's a lie.
The stock market continues to hit record highs.
Yes, and while the American people are absolutely suffering,
that is
right
a lie.
Now, here's what the DOJ is
and
also
my
doing. Hat tip to Meryl Cornfield
401k
over at the
ain't went
Washington
up
Post.
like
Does
they're
a great
trying to
job.
act like.
Here's what she uncovered on the DOJ website.
Fuck no.
The Trump administration is quietly deleting info about Capitol attacks, about the Capitol attack from the DOJ website as it prepares to give funds to January 6ers, right? Donald Trump's $1.8 billion slush fund. Now they're going.
And we don't even want to talk about this slushy shit when y'all haven't even paid for the reparations of blacks. The 40 acres in a mule. Well, we could use that right now. Harvest our own food, you know. We know how to do that. We know how. Yeah, we could do a bunch with that 40 acres in a mule. Yeah. If you can come up with a fund for them, but see, we already have one. They just don't want us to remember it. That it is way back off in there in one of them old cabinets in an office that just have, that they have upgraded on. Put all that old stuff in that old, and it's just full of dust and shit. You gotta blow, the file cabinets. Yeah, it's in there. They just don't want us to do the digging and the research and find it and protest about it. So how the you gonna create some shit for them, but you can't pay us what you owe us? Oh, y'all don't use that money. Yeah, they not supposed to know. You better not let me find that because I got it. Yeah.
Through the DOJ website, and they're deleting all this stuff from the DOJ website that relates to the January 6th insurrection.
Played it a long time ago.
The DOJ deleted a press release about one man with an ongoing child solicitation case who came to the Capitol with bear spray. And you can see right here, and it's a man named Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate actually pled guilty to child solicitation, child sex crime in Houston. 10 years he had a register as a registered child sex offender, and you're removing that guy's information from the DOJ website. Someone who was involved in assaulting law enforcement, someone who was with bear spray and a metal whip.
A metal whip.
What's going on here? Well, that's where
what
we're
is
at
a
right
metal?
Now. We'll keep you posted every step of the way, as always.
What is a damn metal whip? What is a metal whip? What is a metal whip? I can't even imagine. Hold on. I'm trying to find. Let me get here, and let me dig for it.
Now look, folks. When the person charged with, now look, folks.
Dang it. Dang, both of them good. Hold on, y'all. Get the lights up. Settlement. I forgot to pray.
A senior Iranian security official has floated one of the most ambitious geopolitical visions to emerge from Tehran in years, the creation of what observers are already calling an Islamic NATO, a unified bloc of Muslim-majority nations stretching across some of the world's most strategically important regions. Speaking publicly, Ali Akbar Ahmadian argued that if the Islamic world acted collectively, it would represent the largest combined economic and strategic force on the planet. According to Ahmadian, the roughly...
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to pay off your loan.
Stop calling me. You sound like a psycho. I swear to God.
I'm calling you.
A senior Iranian security official has floated one of the most ambitious geopolitical visions to emerge from Tehran in years, the creation of what observers are already calling an Islamic NATO, a unified bloc of Muslim-majority nations stretching across some of the world's most strategically important regions. Speaking publicly, Ali Akbar Ahmadian argued that if the Islamic world acted collectively, it would represent the largest combined economic and strategic force on the planet. According to Ahmadian, the roughly 56 to 57 Muslim-majority nations together control some of the world's most critical maritime choke points, including the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb, while also sitting atop a massive share of global oil and gas reserves. His message was direct, that such a bloc would possess enough economic, demographic, geographic, and energy leverage to deter outside powers without necessarily relying on nuclear weapons.
And political speculation suggests that heightened tensions with Iran and ongoing security concerns may be influencing Donald Trump's personal schedule, including whether he attends his son's wedding. Trump has reported.
I said, you know, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed.
What? What? Did it just come out of his mouth? Did y'all hear that with y'all good ear? Did y'all hear that with y'all good ear? Let's do this again.
I said, you know, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed.
Reports and political speculations.
What that mean? Now, I know that if you don't attend, you get killed because your son and daughter-in-law and all of these people, because yeah, will be upset with you. It'll be like unforgivable. You know, like you know how you didn't come to my wedding. Yeah, so I get the if you don't go, you get killed. But what about if you go, you get killed? What? What the title say? Auntie Fee. We've been here an hour and 17 minutes. And you're just now explaining to what your title means. Damned if he do, damned if he don't. There's a target on his head. Run, Forrest, run. You're headed out the horse's mouth. If I go, I may not make it. And if I don't go, I may not make it. Not really though. But if I go, there's a great chance somebody gonna meet me there. A drone gonna come around and swarm around like a bee. What? What? Is this statement right here an insurance policy? What? If you stand out in the garden to take a picture with your son and new daughter, something may come out and meet you. You may have a meet and greet. What? Jesus is coming very soon. I know, Tom, but you didn't hit the like button. So go back out. I'm going to delete your message and come back in. Let me see you hit the like button. You have a tendency of dropping the Lord, and I appreciate it, but you're not supporting my platform. So hit the like button. Yeah, so every time I see you comment, I'm going to remove it until I see you hit the like button, Tom. You understand? Yeah. Him scared ain't it naturally Nolans. Him scared. Absolutely. And he know it.
I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed.
Reports and political
I can't get over him saying
If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed. And went on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed.
Reports and political speculation suggest that heightened tensions with Iran and ongoing security concerns may be influencing Donald Trump's personal schedule, including whether he attends his son's wedding. Trump has reportedly made comments suggesting he faces impossible choices over security risks, with dramatic remarks about potential assassination fears circulating in political commentary and media reports. The controversy comes amid unverified reports and claims suggesting Iranian-linked discussions about targeting U.S. leadership, which have intensified security narratives surrounding the president.
the bounty has increased. No more staging. They say he has fully recovered and he is in everything is great. I think he must have got that prosthetic, that post leg. He must have got it cause the bounty increased and so did the threat. Does it make sense now, y'all? Huh? Him is ready to take all of them down. If you go to that wedding, a drone gonna meet you there. That's where we are.
Some reports and claims circulating online reports. The controversy comes amid unverified reports and claims suggesting Iranian-linked discussions about targeting U.S. leadership, which have intensified security narratives surrounding the president. Some reports and claims circulating online allege extreme proposals being discussed in Iranian political circles, including a controversial bounty-style incentive linked to U.S. leadership figures.
A bounty. What did he say? A bounty style what? I mean, and that's what's so messed up now, y'all. Nowadays, you know, this is war. So they don't even have to go out like old military style, you know, and meet you in the streets. They can throw some shit up in the air. I mean, it's so advanced now that they can target a little old White House that's under construction on the East Wing and hit the target without touching anybody, turn up the U.S. So now they can really hit the target. So there probably is a target in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, and a target in D.C. at the White House. Where can you run, Forrest? Who can you turn to? If you don't want this drone to take out everybody at that wedding, you better turn your ass around. What? What? That's what's going on, y'all. Whether or not y'all understand what's going on, he know that target is on him. He know they know his schedule. Is that why what's her name? Tulsi Gabbard had to resign because you didn't handle business and you some of your actions stopped my progress, and now they finna try to come and unalive me. Huh? Is that what's going on, y'all? Just shaking your head. Yep, hey me. I'm just trying to tell y'all. Y'all better start hitting my like button and supporting my platform, baby, because I've been sitting on tea. real good hot tea. That good tea. That tea that hit the right spots every time you take a sip. Like, ooh, this tea good. God damn, goddamn. Not G-O-D. Yeah, no. G-O-T. Yeah. Not G-O-D. Yeah, no. Let's go. Let's go.
Iranian-linked discussions about targeting U.S. leadership, which have intensified security narratives surrounding the president. Some reports and claims circulating online allege extreme proposals being discussed in Iranian political circles, including a controversial bounty-style incentive linked to U.S. leadership figures. Questions are now being raised in media commentary about whether past security scares involving major political events have contributed to heightened caution and fear among top U.S. political figures. Reports referencing a past security incident claim that chaos erupted during a high-profile political dinner event, where an armed individual allegedly caused panic inside the venue. According to these accounts, security teams quickly moved to evacuate Donald Trump from the location as authorities responded to the unfolding threat situation at the event.
If you ever wanted to start your own clothing brand, but you didn't want to buy inventory.
Your son's wedding this weekend, by the way? He'd like me to go, but it's going to be just a small little private affair, and I'm going to try and make it. I'm in the midst. I said, you know, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend.
He said he can't win, y'all. Oh my God. I cannot believe he said this one I can't win on. Okay, y'all, I'm looking at y'all. I need for y'all to see. I'm looking you straight in your eyes. He said this one he can't win on. This one he can't win on. They say he ain't even been golf. No, they say he's been stuck in the White House for the most part. In the situation room. Huh? No, they say he ain't even been playing golf. That man has rose from whatever I don't want to say that, you know, that no, but he is, yeah, he back. Oh, po baby. Oh, po baby, we knew that from the start. We knew what from the start? Prince Cash Out. Prince Cash You Out. Have you hit my cash out? Prince Cash You Out. You want to support my platform and cash me? Send me a cash out. $AUNTEAFEE. Mr. Prince, Sir Cash You Out. Cash me out, please. Send me a little something. Since you say we knew that from the start. What do we know from the start? They ran around here like he was untouchable. What you mean? Huh? They were saying he was forget Jamie Foxx. What was his forget unpredictable. They say he was untouchable. Mr. Untouchable. Yeah, no, we knew God was gonna come in. We knew he would fall. Oh, okay. But it's entertaining now. Let me tell you the difference, Prince Cash. I'm gonna have to. I can't keep saying that because you ain't cashed me out. So Cash. I'm gonna call you here until you cash me out. I don't even know if you're a prince. I'm just saying. Yeah, but you know I'm talking to you. Yeah. No, you know, because they was trying to make it seem like, you know, that wasn't the case. But, you know, with Trump, to confess the truth, you know, he's not doing his hands. You know, he's not, I mean, because he got humbled in China. And he done been lying since he been back. But, baby, he got humbled. And now he is saying, I'm stuck like Chuck. They've been saying I'm stuck. But now you're saying, you know, this one is going to be kind of tough. My days may be over. That's why I just snatched my own little wig off. Huh? Yeah. Auntie Fee should have snapped the picture. I think I meant to, hell, and fell asleep listening. Anyway, this one feels a little different to me. Let's go.
Small little private affair, and I'm going to try and make it. I'm in the midst. I said, you know, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran.
I'm in the midst of what?
That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed. By the fake news, of course, I'm talking about. No, but he's got a very person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
Trump sharply escalated tensions with Tehran after making fresh remarks on Iran's nuclear program. The US president claimed Washington would ultimately take control of Iran's enriched uranium reserves.
Can they keep their highly enriched uranium?
No, we get the highly enriched. We will get it. We don't need it. We don't want it. We'll probably destroy it after we get it, but we're not going to let them have it.
Trump's comments highlighted the deep divide as Iran continued to insist its nuclear program is peaceful. According to Reuters, Iran's leadership has ruled out transferring the country's uranium stockpile overseas. The growing standoff over uranium is now complicating Pakistan-backed efforts to reduce tensions. Iran's supreme leadership has effectively banned the shipping of near-weapons-grade uranium abroad, hardening wartime red lines around the nuclear file, just as ceasefire diplomacy faltered. According to
his big mouth.
Mojtaba Khanenei has ordered that all 60% enriched uranium must remain inside Iran's borders, removing export from the list of acceptable compromise options. Iranian officials say there is now a consensus within the system that near-weapons-grade uranium stocks have to stay in the country, reflecting a shared elite view rather than a narrow factional.
So they saying we're going to get you because you won't shut up. And if you think you coming here, bring that badass on. Bring that on. Bring it. Yeah, come get it. Come get it with your whole big ass chest. That's what they saying. Yeah. And since you talking so much shit, yeah, done fucked my face up and my leg and my family, my mama, daddy, and my wife. Oh, okay. Yeah, you targeted me and my family. I'm going to target you and yours. Y'all do know that's what's going on, right? And I don't have to have heard that from nobody. Yeah, no. I mean, the gank in me, the hood in me, yeah, it's saying now I'm well now, you know. I know. I know sometimes you gotta, I know payback is not God. I do know revenge is not of God. God said vengeance is his. But if you done took my whole family, my immediate family, because you want to steal, you started this war, we was peaceful. Since me and my family talked to President Obama, we've been cool on peace. Until you bring your bully ass, what I say, Billy badass, yeah, your bullying, turn up peace. You tore up peace on purpose. You tore up peace on purpose and replaced it with nothing. Because you knew that you were planning to come in and steal, ill, and destroy. If ever that term, that biblical term applies, what happened in 2026 is it. Y'all want to steal, You yield and destroy. Everything about Israel is the devil's playground. I'm just saying. This man is hell bent on paying Trump back. Let's be absolutely clear. This is a payback. It's family for family. It's life for life. Death for death. And we just gonna let the chips fall where they lay. That's what this man is on.
System that near weapons-grade uranium stocks have to stay in the country, reflecting a shared elite view rather than a narrow factional stance. Behind the scenes, Tehran's power brokers reportedly fear that shipping uranium out would leave Iran more vulnerable to future U.S. and Israeli strikes, stripping away a key deterrent and bargaining chip. Earlier in the talks, Iran had signaled that it might be willing to ship out up to half of its 60% stockpile, hinting at a more flexible position
and then they say no.
Shift. Reports now suggest that Tehran's stance hardened after Trump repeatedly threatened new attacks, with leaders deciding that visible concessions under fire would only invite more pressure.
This is how you can uncover
don't know how
all
to
the
shut up.
secrets of your family that no one ever told you. There is a platform where you can search billions of
Iranian sources maintain that feasible formulas still exist to avoid further escalation, arguing that diplomacy is not dead even if export of uranium is off the table for now. One option reportedly discussed involves diluting enriched material under international atomic
diluting,
energy. Iranian sources
like they diluting our gas.
Iranian sources maintain that feasible formulas still exist to avoid further escalation, arguing that diplomacy is not dead even if export of uranium is off the table for now.
Is that the dough handle or the top of a cane? Let me go back and see. You know, I need to look with my good eye. Hold on. That's the dough handle. Okay, that's the dough handle.
Further escalation, arguing that diplomacy is not dead even if export of uranium is off the table for now. One option reportedly discussed involves diluting enriched material under International Atomic Energy Agency supervision, reducing its purity while keeping it on Iranian soil. Before the latest Iran war erupted, the IAEA estimated that Iran held around 440.9 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60%, a stockpile large enough to remain central to every negotiation. Current reports estimate that a significant portion of the remaining material is still stored at facilities in Isfahan, one of Iran's core nuclear hubs. Additional highly enriched uranium is also believed to remain inside the Natanz complex, which has been at the heart of past sabotage, talks, and threats. Tehran continues to insist that these stocks are needed for medical isotopes and other peaceful research purposes, framing the program as a sovereign right under the NPT. Iran later denied the Reuters report claiming Mojtaba Khanenei had issued any directive regarding uranium. A senior Iranian official dismissed the report as enemy propaganda aimed at derailing the negotiations. The official said Tehran still plans to downblend the enriched material on its own terms. Iran's foreign ministry also rejected claims that nuclear issues were formally included in talks with Washington. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Esmail Baghai said reports about enrichment and uranium transfers lacked credibility. Al Jazeera reported that Iran and the US were nearing a deal and working on a draft agreement text.
The Vice President mentioned the other day there would be accommodations, they were willing to make accommodations with the Iranian deal. Could you kind of expand on those possible accommodations? Does that include...
When you say combination of what?
Accommodations, he's talking about accommodations as far as making a deal going. Would that include proxies?
Right now we're negotiating, and we'll see. But either we're going to get it one way or the other. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. You know, when people hear it, because oftentimes they won't put up the second part of the sentence having to do with, I'll say, this is more important than anything that we have to talk about, and usually they'll cut it off, the fake news.
You should have left the agreement in place.
Nuclearization of a country that some people would say is somewhat crazy, and we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all it is. We can't let it. You will have a nuclear war in the Middle East, and that war will come here.
No, you just planning something. You and Bibi Netanyahu are planning something.
That's more important than anything.
And y'all don't want to be blown off.
I can think of
the planet.
Nothing that's more important than the fact that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we won't. Yeah, Jeff.
Following up on that, sir, Iran is negotiating with Oman to set up a formalization of charging tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. Is that acceptable to you?
Well, we're looking at it.
Will I be able to make something off of it?
They've had a relationship with them before, and we'll see. We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get through. It's like a steel wall. It's our Navy. We have the greatest military anywhere.
Did somebody not tell him the truth? And he didn't know the truth? Was Tulsi over there? Who over there? Does he not know the truth? That y'all are not in, that's hedge path, half self, you know, who are they lying to him? What? You really don't think are you just really playing dumb, or are your staff too afraid to tell your monkey ass the truth? I know you know this, because you in the special meeting room. Yeah, you know this. That's why you scared to go to your son's wedding.
Navy, we not wiped out their airplane. I think they're down to about, I would say we knocked out 85% of their missile capacity. It's very hard for them now to build missiles.
Then why are you saying that y'all are negotiating? If you wiped out all of this and wiped out all of that, then what is the point of negotiating? You're in head. You're in control. You know, ain't nothing getting past you. You know, you the head fool in charge. So what? What's the point of negotiating? Now, why aren't these people asking these type of questions? Huh? Yeah, no. Quit lying. That's why you scared. That's why you scared. Because your lies are catching up with you. Your mouth is catching up with you. Yeah. They tired of being nice to you. Now they ready to get down and personal with you. See. Now, yeah, you know, the uranium is still an issue. But now he up. And he wants to get down and dirty with you on a personal level. Which is worse. Which is worse? The personal or this bull crap that y'all done started a war about, you know, the land and the natural resources, God given. Yeah. Which is worse? One is political, one is personal. Which is worse? To this man, red her. Him. Which is worse? Politics or personal? Can somebody, I mean, I'm asking y'all to really tell me in the comment section, which one do y'all think is worse? The politics with him. Him. I mean, all these people in the back. He got all these guards. Boy, the personal or the politics? If you were him, Mojtaba, which is worse, politics or personal? And hit the like button. Y'all finna make me shut down. That personal, I mean, it's like mob and mafia type shit is finna go on. And they are targeted because, thank God, they know that this is not really a U.S. fault. This is personal. This ain't, no, we want you. We finna shut you up. We finna shut you down because you think that you too powerful. Now, the U.S. is catching on, but they catching on. It's taking them too long to do something about the truth. It's taking them too long to do something about it because he done put all of his people, all of them gypsy Jews, you know, in place to keep shit going. Yeah. And before they try to come to fix it, it'll be too late. That's just like these people who still believing in him. They still believing in the whitewash. And when they really begin to understand what's been going on before our very eyes, it's going to be too late. So now they want to fix it. So it's better right now for me to fix this shit on a personal level. So they won't say it's about politics. Yeah, because you fucked with my whole family. And it's my duty to return that shit to sender at your son's wedding. Oh my God. Oh my God. That just hit me. That just hit me saying it, y'all. That just hit me saying it. Just to kind of be in this mind space of somebody who done lost his entire immediate family over some shit you started for our natural resources. And there was a peace purpose in place, and you destroyed the peace. And you took my whole damn immediate family. Yeah. You know, sometimes you gotta shake yourself out of stuff like that. You know, and I'm just finna be honest. Just to even think about it messes me up in my head, cause it's like, ooh, this gotta be a test of faith. Cause Lord, I know you know I ain't gonna be able to handle this right here, and I have the power and the resources to handle business in exchange of favor for favor. Give him what he's been given. You know, because he been giving people a whole bunch of hell, stealing in our face and can't nobody do nothing about it. Raping their kids and can't nobody do shit about it for years. Oh yeah, now, yeah, it's time to switch gears on this monster. I'm up now. I know the mindset, and you know, Lord, we want you to fix it, and we just gonna let your will be done. I don't know. That's what I'm on with this, you know. But at least he's smart enough to know he damned if he do, and he damned if he don't. Your days are numbered. They publicly increased his bounty and put one on for Bibi Netanyahu. It was 50 million before June of last year, because his daddy started the bounty. He has begun to heal, and he added more to it. Now, why he did eight more million, I don't know. But he added Bibi Netanyahu to it. Let's go.
Anywhere in the world. We wiped out their Navy. We not wiped out their airplane. I think they're down to about, I would say we knocked out 85% of their missile capacity. It's very hard for them now to build missiles, to build drones. We have great drone technology, anti-drone technology now that, frankly, we didn't have even 2 months ago. We have unbelievable drone technology, both for making them and also for knocking them down. But look, we're going to either make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, or we're going to have to do something very drastic. And the people of the country, I believe when it's put to the people of our country, they will all agree that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
I mean, they could keep doing whatever they was doing.
How do you want things to end up with the Strait of Hormuz, though? Would you like them to have control about it?
We want it free. We don't want tolls. It's international.
Oh, he didn't know that he was a scout. He was being used.
Right now, they are losing $500 million a day, is what it's projected. I don't know. It sounds
Well,
like a lot of money.
it feel like we
Whether
losing more.
500 or 200 or 300, they're losing a lot of money. There hasn't been a ship that's been able to get through without our approval, and the Navy has done an amazing job. And no ship is going to Iran, as you know. No ship is going to, or out of Iran, without our approval.
He lied. Netanyahu holding.
On May 19th, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a tense phone conversation about a developing regional proposal. The discussion focused on a new plan involving several Arab and Muslim mediators, Axios reports. That framework was reportedly drafted by Qatar and Pakistan, with backing from Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt. The proposal would formally end the war by arranging a U.S.
So 9 times out of 10, Bibi Netanyahu said, I don't give a shit about them threatening you and your family. Y'all do know that, right? 9 times out of 10, Bibi Netanyahu said, I give 10 ucks about the threat. No deals. He's starting to worry. Yeah, Cuba invasion will come soon. He's afraid they may reach Marla. Oh, absolutely. Because I believe the threat is in Florida and the White House. That's why I said the other day, why did this so... Since when did the White House need to have military base? What? You scared. You're not just scared. You know, I'm just a little worried. I'm just... Now, you fat boy. You scared. You not a little scared. Him got you scared. I know you are full of piss and shit in that diaper. I know you are. I know that diaper is sogging, hanging way down because it got some, and it is funky. So you got piss and shit. And then you got this client over here saying, I don't give a shit about none of that shit. You stick with the plan. I don't give a shit about none of that shit. You stick to the plan of the whole wide world gonna know about you with kids. Let's go.
On May 19th, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a tense phone conversation about a developing regional proposal. The discussion focused on a new plan involving several Arab and Muslim mediators, Axios reports. That framework was reportedly drafted by Qatar and Pakistan, with backing from Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt. The proposal would formally end the war by arranging a US-Iran letter of intent to de-escalate hostilities. It would also launch a 30-day negotiation period to resolve disputes over Iran's nuclear activities and shipping routes. According to Axios, Netanyahu strongly opposed the framework during the call, warning against the terms. Israeli officials say Netanyahu argued military pressure should continue rather than offering concessions to Tehran. Bibi remained skeptical, pointing to previous negotiations with Iran that repeatedly failed, Israeli sources say.
Hold on, y'all. Study, you kidding right. Hi, Roy Gay. Study, you kidding right. The word already know about him and kids. He should know that by now. Okay. I just sent something to myself.
Is an African nation humiliating a key US ally militarily just before tensions over Iran threaten to explode again? On-camera footage reportedly shows Sudan pulling off a dramatic aerial shoot-down linked to a...
Hold on.
Is an African nation humiliating a key US ally militarily just before tensions over Iran threaten to explode again? On-camera footage reportedly shows Sudan pulling off a dramatic aerial shoot-down linked to a UAE-backed drone operation. Sudan's army reportedly uses a Turkish-made Bayraktar Akinci UCAV to hunt and destroy an enemy drone mid-air. Sudan reportedly achieves a rare air-to-air drone kill using the advanced Turkish-made air and munition system. A drone allegedly linked to the UAE reportedly destroyed, marking another setback for Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan amid growing Arab tensions. Sudanese armed forces reportedly shot down an enemy combat drone using a Bayraktar Akinci UCAV during ongoing fighting in Sudan. According to Clash Report, the Sudanese Akinci drone used an air-to-air munition to destroy the target while it was airborne. Sudanese sources cited by Clash Report claimed that the downed drone belonged to the United Arab Emirates. Reports further stated that the aircraft had reportedly taken off from Ethiopia before carrying out strikes inside Sudanese territory. Sudan has repeatedly accused the UAE of supporting the Rapid Support Forces during the country's civil conflict. The Sudanese drone reportedly used Roketsan's air and loitering munition during the interception operation. The Aran system was designed to engage both ground-based targets and aerial threats, including drones operating at low altitude. The Aran is a turbojet-powered high-speed loitering munition developed for rapid response strike missions. It is designed to engage both surface targets and low-flying aerial threats, including unmanned aircraft systems. The system reportedly has a range of more than 100 kilometers and an endurance time exceeding 15 minutes. Weighing around 35 kilograms, the munition is light enough for deployment from UAVs, helicopters, and ground vehicles. Roketsan states that the Aran can be launched from air, land, and naval platforms depending on operational requirements. The Sudan incident marked the second confirmed combat use of the Aran weapon system in an active conflict environment. The reported drone interception comes amid growing regional tensions and renewed concerns surrounding a possible escalation involving Iran and the Gulf region. America's key Arab ally has now revealed what could be a major breakthrough in the high-stakes negotiations surrounding Iran. A senior UAE official claimed that Washington and Tehran are now moving increasingly closer toward a possible agreement. The remarks specifically referred to the tense negotiations surrounding the reopening of the strategic breakthrough in the high-stakes negotiations surrounding Iran. A senior UAE official claimed that Washington and Tehran are now moving increasingly closer toward a possible agreement. The remarks specifically referred to the tense negotiations surrounding the reopening of the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz. Anwar Gargash claimed there is currently a 50-50 possibility that the United States and Iran could strike a deal over the waterway. The close aide to Mohammed bin Zayed made the remarks while speaking during the Globsec forum held in Prague. Reports suggest the United Arab Emirates remains deeply concerned that Iran's continued defiance could stall negotiations indefinitely. The senior Abu Dhabi official also warned that Tehran should avoid overplaying its leverage during the ongoing talks with Washington. Abu Dhabi further demanded that Iran restore the Strait of Hormuz.
I need for y'all to get the likes up, like right now. Like right now, for real. Double tap the face on your screen or hit the three dots at the top right corner. 2 people. Okay. I say get the likes up. I mean, way up. I'll be back. Let me check my cash app. Hold on. Let me see if somebody has blessed my cash app. Yeah, you may not need. Yeah, bless my cash app. You can keep your likes. Bless my cash app. We just gonna jack my. Good, they left. Good. Oh, no, don't cut that. I'm gonna try this organic liquid. Sea moss, daily shots, sprouts. Y'all get your immune system up. They finna have this World Cup. 2 viruses that Hannah made, and another Ebola. Now, it was only supposed to be one plane. It done got so rough and tough that they adding 2 at one is out there, and a tick. And a tick that's gonna make y'all stop wanting meat. And you're gonna have a special concoction for them to make money off of you. Y'all better get y'all immune system up. Y'all better stock up. I don't eat meat like that, so. Now, if I have to keep asking y'all to hit the like button, y'all do know I'm gonna shut it down. I hope y'all know that. Where was I? Right here. When I said the red and white do-rag, yeah, that's who I was talking about. Them folk up there. Let's go.
Abu Dhabi further demanded that Iran restore the Strait of Hormuz to its pre-war operational status without restrictions. The UAE presidential advisor said, and I quote, "Iran missed a lot of chances over the years because there's a tendency to overestimate their cards. I hope they don't do that this time. Negotiations just to reach a ceasefire and sow the seeds for further conflict in the future is not what we're seeking. And I think that the Strait of Hormuz clearly has to go back to the status quo, and this should be an international waterway. The Iranian nuclear program was our second or third worry. Now it's our first worry. We see that Iran is capable of using any weapon that it has in its hands, which is what we learned." End quote. Reports regarding a possible draft agreement between Iran and the United States were also allegedly leaked by a Saudi media outlet. Saudi-based news outlet Al Arabiya has claimed that it obtained what it describes as the final draft of a potential agreement between Washington and Tehran, though the authenticity of the document has not been independently verified. The reported draft is said to have been facilitated through mediation efforts by Pakistan, as tensions between the United States and Iran continue to intensify across multiple regional flashpoints. According to the report, the draft agreement primarily focuses on establishing ceasefire conditions, offering potential sanctions relief, and promoting broader regional stability between the two adversaries. The document is said to include provisions calling for a complete halt to military operations on all sides, along with an end to what it describes as an escalating media and information war. Another reported clause emphasizes respect for Iran's sovereignty, while also calling for strict non-interference in the country's internal political and domestic affairs by external actors. The agreement also reportedly seeks to guarantee freedom of navigation across key maritime routes, including the Persian Gulf and the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz. The draft reportedly calls for an immediate, comprehensive, and unconditional ceasefire across all domains of conflict, including land, sea, and air operations without exception. Both sides are said to agree under the draft not to target any military installations, civilian populations, or critical economic infrastructure during the period of de-escalation. The proposed terms also include a complete end to active military operations, alongside a simultaneous halt to what is described as an ongoing media and propaganda war. The agreement emphasizes mutual commitments to respect sovereignty, territorial integrity, and a strict policy of non-interference in each other's internal affairs. It also includes guarantees ensuring freedom of navigation across key waterways such as the Arabian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, and the Gulf of Oman. A joint monitoring mechanism is reportedly proposed to oversee implementation of the agreement and to resolve any disputes that may arise between the parties. The draft suggests that negotiations on unresolved or outstanding issues would begin within 7 days of the agreement being put into effect. It also outlines a phased approach to lifting U.S. sanctions, conditional on Iran's continued compliance with the agreed terms. The document is said to reaffirm both parties' commitment to international law and the principles outlined in the United Nations Charter. Once formally announced by both Washington and Tehran, the agreement would reportedly take effect immediately without further delay. The report further states that negotiations addressing remaining or outstanding issues between the two sides are expected to begin within 7 days of the initial agreement framework. Under the reported framework, the United States would begin a gradual process of lifting sanctions, provided that Iran fully adheres to the terms outlined in the agreement.
Over the last 75 years, over 10,000 chemicals have been introduced into our food supply. That is terrifying. If you look across
it is very terrifying.
However, the draft reportedly does not contain any explicit references to Iran's nuclear program or its missile capabilities, raising questions about the scope of the proposed deal. According to reporting cited by the Times of Israel, there is no clause in the document addressing Iran's stockpile of uranium enriched to 60% levels. The reported draft also appears to omit any restrictions or limitations on Iran's ballistic missile program, despite its significance in previous negotiations. Additionally, the leaked document reportedly makes no reference to Iran's support for regional proxy groups, which has long been a central concern for U.S. policymakers, pending final approval from both sides. If finalized, the deal is expected to come into force immediately for U.S. policymakers. Al Arabiya also reports that the agreement could potentially be announced within hours, although it is still described as pending final approval from both sides. If finalized, the deal is expected to come into force immediately once it is formally and jointly announced by both the United States and Iran. As of now, neither Washington nor Tehran has made any official public announcement confirming the existence or finalization of such an agreement. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's top diplomat has once again repeated demands for Iran to abandon its proposed Hormuz toll system.
Yeah, he better stop playing with them people.
Iran challenges Donald Trump, demanding concessions while warning Washington of deeper losses ahead. Mojtaba Khanenei delivers a blunt message, claiming the U.S. has no viable exit without accepting Tehran's terms. Is Tehran threatening more losses and rising costs, as Mojtaba Khanenei calls Washington's military pressure a bluff? Is Donald Trump signaling renewed war, even as reports raise concerns over rapidly depleted U.S. weapons stockpiles? Iran challenges Donald Trump, demanding concessions while warning Washington of deeper losses ahead. Mojtaba Khanenei delivers a blunt message, claiming the U.S. has no viable exit without accepting Tehran's terms. Is Tehran threatening more losses and rising costs as
Mojtaba Khanenei? Hold on, that's not what I was supposed to be playing, but hold on. Let me hear this one. This 24 minutes. It's just unraveling.
A dramatic new diplomatic push to end the Iran war appears to be unfolding behind closed doors in Washington, with U.S. President Donald Trump holding an emergency summit-style phone call with key Middle Eastern leaders aimed at securing a broader ceasefire framework with Iran that could potentially halt the conflict within the next 24 hours. But one detail is drawing enormous attention. Trump appears to be leaning heavily on Gulf and regional intermediaries while increasingly sidelining Benjamin Netanyahu from the core negotiation track. According to reports by Axios, Trump convened a high-level call involving the leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Egypt, Jordan, and Turkey to discuss updated language for a possible interim agreement aimed at ending the war and launching substantive negotiations. Reuters separately reported that Pakistan was also involved in the diplomacy, reinforcing the sudden visit of Pakistani Army Chief Asa Munir and Interior Minister Mohsen Makvi to Tehran. Reports from Axios and Reuters suggest Trump now believes a diplomatic breakthrough may still be possible and is personally reviewing draft understandings that could formally end the war framework, reopen maritime stability discussions around the Strait of Hormuz,
or that piece
and launch
falls
a
out
follow-up
somewhere.
negotiation
This piece
process
right
over
here.
Iran's nuclear program.
Or
Trump
he don't
himself
have
said
his food to
negotiators
pay
were
on.
getting closer to a deal and described the situation as 50-50, warning that he could still order fresh military strikes if diplomacy collapses. Yet while the White House intensifies regional diplomacy, Israeli media reports suggest Netanyahu is increasingly frustrated at being pushed away from the center of Trump's decision-making process. There was no indication that Netanyahu or senior Israeli officials participated in the summit call, despite Israel having jointly launched the war against Iran alongside the United States earlier this year. That absence is now being interpreted by some analysts as evidence of growing divergence between Washington and Tel Aviv over how the conflict should end. While Trump increasingly appears focused on securing a quick diplomatic exit amid mounting economic and political pressure,
see, he didn't have his
Netanyahu
full
is widely
piece
viewed
on.
as favoring
Or it
continued
blew
military
off,
pressure
baby.
against Iran and its regional allies. The White House move also comes amid reports that Trump is simultaneously consulting his closest inner circle about a possible deal framework. According to Ravid, Trump was expected to meet with envoy Steve Witkoff, advisor Jared Kushner, and Vice President J.D. Vance regarding the latest draft agreement. The timing is critical because multiple reports now suggest the war could reach a decisive moment within the next 24 to 48 hours. Iran itself has continued signaling that it is willing to negotiate, but only if the war formally ends first and sanctions pressure begins easing. The core uncertainty now centers on whether Trump believes he can secure enough concessions diplomatically, or whether pressure from Israel and hawkish figures inside Washington eventually pushes him back toward military escalation instead.
A dramatic new warning from Iran appears to have been delivered directly to Washington through one of the region's most important intermediaries, after Iranian parliament speaker and chief negotiator Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf reportedly told Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir that any renewed war ordered by Donald Trump would trigger a far more devastating regional response than the first phase of the conflict. According to reports, the message conveyed during Munir's visit to Tehran was blunt. If the United States and Israel restart the war, Iran will respond more crushingly and bitterly than it did during the opening stages of the conflict. Behind the scenes, however, according to Drop Site's reporting citing a senior Iranian official, Tehran has already submitted a new framework proposal aimed at ending the war through mediated negotiations. The proposal reportedly separates the conflict into two parallel tracks, one focused on officially ending the war and lifting the U.S. naval blockade around Iranian ports, and another dealing with the long-running nuclear dispute. Under Iran's proposed framework, Tehran would provisionally reopen the Strait of Hormuz if the United States formally agreed to end military operations, release frozen Iranian assets, and establish a mechanism compensating Iran for wartime damages. But Iranian officials insist there's a critical sequencing issue. Tehran reportedly wants a formal declaration ending the war first. Only then would detailed nuclear negotiations proceed. Washington, however, is said to be demanding simultaneous agreements on both fronts, while continuing to insist that Iran must permanently surrender highly enriched uranium stockpiles and severely limit enrichment capabilities. That deadlock appears to be driving Tehran's increasingly aggressive messaging. According to Iranian officials cited in the report, the country has already rebuilt large portions of its military capability.
I'm sure he getting death
during
threats
the
from Bibi
ceasefire period.
Netanyahu too.
Ghalibaf himself publicly declared that Iran's armed forces had rebuilt themselves during the ceasefire, a statement clearly intended to signal that Tehran believes it has regained operational readiness for a wider confrontation. And Iran is no longer threatening
They got 10 years.
only inside the Gulf. Officials and analysts close to the Islamic Revolutionary Corps are now openly discussing escalation scenarios stretching across the broader region and beyond. According to sources cited by Drop Site, If war resumes, Iran may target not only Israeli and American military assets, but also critical energy infrastructure across Gulf Arab states, viewed as supporting the U.S.-Israeli coalition.
What exactly is the message that General Hassanzadeh has for our truly dear and deeply compassionate people, especially at this moment, now that we have finally endured the trials of our third consecutive imposed war?
And we really must extend our deepest gratitude to the people. I humbly kiss the hands of these dear noble people who are still standing firm on the scene. And I want to say this clearly to our entire nation. All of our armed forces are now more prepared and ready than they have ever been before. They are standing there fully and powerfully prepared and ready so that in the event that the enemy should happen to make a grave mistake and miscalculate their position once again, they will be ready to deliver a swift and overwhelming response that is significantly harder, far more painful, much more devastating, truly more decisive, and ultimately more final than anything they have ever seen before. The very presence of our great nation serves to significantly strengthen the power of our armed forces.
Particular focus appears to be falling on the United Arab Emirates, which Tehran increasingly accused of aligning too closely with Israel during the war. Iran-linked analysts quoted in the report suggested that Emirati oil and gas facilities could become priority targets in a renewed conflict. Iranian strategists increasingly appear convinced that this economic leverage is now their strongest deterrent. That calculation has been reinforced by what Tehran sees as the failure of earlier U.S.-Israeli military operations to force regime collapse, destroy Iran's missile infrastructure, or break domestic cohesion. But despite the diplomatic activity, Iranian officials appear deeply skeptical of Trump's intentions. The senior Iranian official quoted by Dropsite described Trump as unpredictable and accused him of sending contradictory messages, privately expressing interest in ending the war while publicly threatening fresh strikes if negotiations fail. That uncertainty is now driving Tehran's central message to Washington. Iran is still willing to negotiate, but if Trump chooses war again, the next phase will not remain limited to Iranian territory alone.
Mojtaba Khanenei has drawn a red line for Donald Trump. In a direct warning, the Iranian supreme leader has made it clear, if war is forced on Iran again, it will not remain a regional war. Mojtaba Khanenei said, and I quote, "If this time a war and aggression takes place against our beloved country, Iran,
listen to what you good here?
It will no longer be a regional war like before, but rather a trans-regional war. We will prove to you who knows the war well. Iran and Iranians will never surrender. Our history and civilization say this." Iran's war strategy has been to keep a stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz, blocking oil and gas exports and causing a global energy crisis. At the same time, it has struck hard against oil facilities, hotels, and infrastructure in Gulf Arab nations. In negotiations, Tehran has held out against Washington's demands that it surrender its stockpile of highly enriched uranium, betting that it can outlast the U.S. in the ongoing standoff, and that Trump will be reluctant to resume outright war that could bring greater damage to America's Gulf allies. Earlier, Trump reiterated that the war against Iran would be over soon, further claiming that Tehran wanted to settle badly.
Venezuela was unbelievable, right? Now Iran, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, everything's gone.
You finna be gone if you go to that wedding. You about to be gone if you go to that wedding.
News, you'd think they're doing just fine. They're not doing just fine. They want to settle so badly. We have the greatest military. I just got back from China, President Xi. Good man, good man. And I'll get killed for saying that. They'll say, oh, he called President Xi a good man. Well, we had an amazing time, but even he had to say, your military is unbelievable. This is the head of China. We have
that ain't what our military is saying.
My first 4 years, and I didn't know I was going to be using it this much, but we're using it. And there's nobody like our equipment. There's nobody like the stuff we produce, but most importantly, there's nobody like our military men and women. There's nobody. I mean, not to brag, but if I didn't win the election, we were dead. The welfare was tripling and the business was leaving, and the $18 trillion would have been 18 trillion to the negative instead of the positive. We would have been a dead country. We would have been finished. It's true. We ended Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate. That's where they wanted everybody to buy an electric car. And as I told Elon, I love electric cars, but Elon, it's not for everybody. You know, if we would build the charging booths, right, it would cost the country $4 trillion. No country could afford that. $4 trillion. You ever get an electric car and you suddenly get nervous because, you know, your thing is down a little bit? Friends of mine tell me the story, it's down a little bit, getting close, and you're looking, what about a charging station? You know, this is an hour before it runs out. Where's a charger? And then you see it. It's a sign, and it says charging station, an arrow pointing to the right, 92 miles. And you limp in.
What is he saying?
No, we love electric cars. I have to say that because of Elon, but I love electric cars. They're lovely, lovely vehicles. But I said, not everybody wants to have an electric car. And I ended that whole nonsense. By 2030, you're going to all have electric cars? I don't think so. How about California? They have electric cars. They don't have enough electricity to turn on your air conditioners. They have brownouts, and now everybody's going to have an electric car. That's one of the worst governors in the country, by the way, that guy. But he took himself, did you hear he announced he's taken himself out of the race? He called himself a dumb person. He got very low board scores. Everything he's done is tough, and he can't read a speech. He can't read a speech. So I don't read too many speeches either. I'd be better off if I did. But he can't read a speech, but he called himself a dumb person. And when you do that, I say it ends, but a friend of mine, very good at politics, said, don't worry, people forget about it. I don't know. I don't think he can forget. I thought it was the worst. He did this during an interview. I thought it was the worst interview by a professional politician in the history of our country. Because Gavin, I think, is when he says he's stupid. He said he's stupid. But remember? But he said he's smarter than the people in the room. And then he got sued for being a racist. Okay? And I guess he probably is a racist, but he said he was a stupid person. You'll never hear me call myself I'm the smartest guy you're ever going to meet.
Well, he believed his own lies.
And don't you want to have a smart person as president? Yeah, you want to have a smart person. In fact, I took the cognitive test. I'm the only one. You know, they called me, originally they said, he's brilliant. He wants to take over the entire country.
That's
then
you.
They said, no. He wants the world. He doesn't want the country. That's why he's in Iran. That's why he's in. Hey, by the way, how did we do in Venezuela? Not bad. That's why he's in. You know, we've taken out so much oil in Venezuela. We paid for the cost of the war about 25 times over.
Yeah, I hear him bragging.
Last. By the way, the oil prices are going to tumble as soon as I finish up with Iran. Tumble. Boom. I was in Iowa. We had it down to $1.85 a gallon in Iowa, but we had it down around the $2 point. And then I said, well, Lutnick, we're going to have to take a trip to, we got Scott Bessent, we got all of them. I said, we just hit 50,000 on the Dow. And I said, that's a record, highest ever. I said, sorry to do this to you, but we're going to have to journey down to the Middle East. They said, why? I said, because Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't stop them. And I said, we're going to have to do it, and we have to.
That's enough. I can't keep stomaching the lies. I can't keep stomaching the lies. Let's go. Get the lights up.
When the person charged with protecting America's secrets, the Director of National Intelligence, overseeing 18 agencies. Now look, folks, when the person charged with protecting America's secrets, the Director of National Intelligence, overseeing 18 agencies, walks out the door in the middle of a war You better believe that matters. It matters to every single one of us. Today, May 22nd, 2026, Tulsi Gabbard submitted her resignation. She says it's about her husband Abraham's bone cancer diagnosis. And let me be clear, I wish him nothing but healing and strength. That's a human reality no one should question. But here's the honest truth. This resignation didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened after months of being sidelined from war decisions on Iran. After Trump himself told reporters, "I don't care what she said," when she testified there was no nuclear threat. After The Guardian reported he polled advisors about replacing her. After Joe Kent walked out in protest. After a whistleblower accused her office of withholding intelligence for political reasons. So we've got a resignation letter that says one thing and a trail of evidence that tells a much deeper story about how this administration handles dissent, how it treats the people tasked with telling hard truths, and what happens to our national security when loyalty matters more than accuracy. And we'll come back to that in a moment. Because what comes next affects whether America can trust the intelligence it's receiving during an active conflict with Iran. Let me tell you something about this job, the Director of National Intelligence. It was created after September 11, 2001, for one reason: to make sure 18 intelligence agencies never fail to connect the dots again. It exists to coordinate truth and deliver it to the president, whether he wants to hear it or not. Now, Tulsi Gabbard's journey to that office is unlike anything we've seen. She served in Iraq. She was a Democratic congresswoman from Hawaii. She ran for president in 2020 on an anti-war platform. She left the Democratic Party in 2022.
Hold on, y'all.
Advisors about replacing her.
My lights ain't up.
After Joe Kent walked out in the middle of a war. You better believe that matters. It matters to every single one of us. Today, May 22nd, 2026, Tulsi Gabbard submitted her resignation. She says it's about her husband Abraham's bone cancer diagnosis.
Stacia, how can somebody be no better? And bye. I don't even want to argue with you. Get out. Get out. Anybody else want to go? Speak now. Say yes. Put yes in the comment section if you want to go. If you need help on your exit. Because I'm not arguing. I'm not debating. I'm not none of that. My likes ain't up enough for that. And my Cash App haven't went off. So you're going to have to pay me to debate with you. Get the likes up. Now it's Stacia's fault that I had to stop and look at the likes button. So y'all thank Stacia. Static relief. Yeah, static. Get the likes up. Hey, Belinda. Can I get you to hit the like button for me? Double tap the face of your screen or hit those three dots at the top right corner. You came in saying hi and bye. All right, I'm already 2.5 hours in. I'm gonna shut it down.
And let me be clear, I wish him nothing but healing and strength. That's a human reality no one should question. But here's the honest truth. This resignation didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened after months of being sidelined from war decisions on Iran. After Trump himself told reporters, "I don't care what she said," when she testified there was no nuclear threat. After The Guardian reported he polled advisors about replacing her. After Joe Kent walked out in protest. After a whistleblower accused her office of withholding intelligence for political reasons. So we've got a resignation letter that says one thing and a trail of evidence that tells a much deeper story about how this administration handles dissent, how it treats the people tasked with telling hard truths, and what happens to our national security when loyalty matters more than accuracy. And we'll come back to that in a moment. Because what comes next affects whether America can trust the intelligence it's receiving during an active conflict with Iran. Let me tell you something about this job, the Director of National Intelligence. It was created after September 11, 2001, for one reason: to make sure 18 intelligence agencies never fail to connect the dots again. It exists to coordinate truth and deliver it to the president, whether he wants to hear it or not. Now, Tulsi Gabbard's journey to that office is unlike anything we've seen. She served in Iraq. She was a Democratic Congresswoman from Hawaii. She ran for president in 2020 on an anti-war platform. She left the Democratic Now, Tulsi Gabbard's journey to that office is unlike anything we've seen. She served in Iraq. She was a Democratic Congresswoman from Hawaii. She ran for president in 2020 on an anti-war platform. She left the Democratic Party in 2022, joined the Republicans in October 2024, endorsed Trump, and by February 12, 2025, she was confirmed 52-48, with Mitch McConnell, the only Republican, voting no. Nearly 100 former national security officials had publicly warned against her confirmation. Then came February 28, 2026. The United States and Israel launched nearly 900 strikes on Iran in 12 hours. And here's where it gets critical. Gabbard, the nation's top intelligence official, was not in the room when those decisions were made. NBC reported she was sidelined from key deliberations on Iran and Venezuela. She was the intelligence chief in title, but increasingly not in practice. We've got to remember, a DNI who isn't trusted with war decisions isn't really a DNI at all. And that raises the question, was she there to inform policy or to provide political cover? And that distinction matters enormously. Now let's walk through this carefully, because the sequence matters. On February 28, 2026, the United States and Israel launched nearly 900 strikes on Iran in 12 hours. 17 days later, March 17th, Joe Kent, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, resigned. In his letter to Trump, he wrote, "I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran.
And deceit.
Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation." He called it catastrophic and unlawful.
He didn't want to dance with the devil.
The very next day, March 18th, Gabbard appeared before the Senate Intelligence Committee. Senator Ossoff pressed her directly. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that Iran posed an imminent nuclear threat? She wouldn't answer plainly.
She didn't want to lie.
Instead, she said, "It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat." Lawmakers from both parties found that extraordinary.
Did.
Then this week, her annual threats testimony. She told Congress that last year's strikes had obliterated Iran's nuclear program with no subsequent effort to rebuild. That directly contradicted Trump's justification for continued military action. By April 2nd, The Guardian reported Trump was privately polling cabinet members about replacing her. NBC confirmed she'd been sidelined from key war decisions, not even in the room. And then today, May 22nd, her resignation letter. Abraham's cancer. Trump posts it on Truth Social. Tulsi has done an incredible job. But the trail tells a different story. And this is where things start to get complicated. Now look, let me tell you something about leadership from somebody who sat in that chair. When you're president, you don't get to surround yourself only with people who tell you what you want to hear. You need people who tell you what you need to hear.
Facts.
That's not weakness, that's strength. What we're seeing here is a pattern. Donald Trump brings people in, talented people, loyal people, and the moment they deliver an assessment he finds politically inconvenient, they become disposable. Joe Kent said the Iran war was catastrophic and unlawful. Gone. Gabbard testified that it was not the intelligence community's job to determine what constitutes an imminent threat. And within weeks, Trump was polling his cabinet about replacing her. Now that testimony she gave on March 18th. Let me be precise about what happened. Senator Ossoff asked a direct question. Did the intelligence community assess that Iran posed an imminent nuclear threat? And Gabbard would not give a direct answer. She said, and I quote, "It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat." Here's what concerns me. That statement is technically defensible, but it's also a signal. She was telling Congress, without saying it outright, that the intelligence didn't support the justification for war. And when a DNI has to speak in riddles to avoid contradicting the president publicly, that tells you everything about the environment she was operating in. The choice before any leader is simple. Do you serve truth or do you serve power? And this administration has made clear which one it rewards.
Not the truth.
We've got to remember what the intelligence community is actually for. It exists to give our leaders the clearest possible picture of threats, so that when a president makes a decision about war and peace, it's based on facts, not on political convenience, not on what polls will, facts. Now consider what's happened. Gabbard is the fourth woman to leave this cabinet in 3 months, after Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, and Lori Chavez DeRemer, all under clouds. That's not a coincidence. That's a culture. But beyond the personnel churn, look at what's been done to the institution itself. Gabbard revoked 37 security clearances from former intelligence officials. A whistleblower filed a top-secret complaint alleging her office withheld classified information for political reasons, and Republican committee chairs dismissed it without investigation. Career analysts at the National Intelligence Council were fired after producing an assessment that contradicted the administration's legal rationale for deportations. Emails from her own chief of staff pushed for intelligence to be rewritten so it wouldn't be used against the DNI or POTUS. And now Aaron Lucas, a former CIA case officer with no Senate confirmation, steps in as acting DNI during an active war. No hearing, no public vetting, no accountability to the American people. Here's the honest truth. When intelligence professionals see that telling the truth gets you fired and bending the truth keeps you employed, the whole system starts to self-censor. And a self-censoring intelligence community is a blind intelligence community. That makes every American less safe. Let me tell you something that most people won't say plainly. This resignation isn't just about one person leaving a job. It's a crack in the foundation of a political movement. Joe Kent resigned and said publicly that the United States started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby.
Ooh, say that again.
Tucker Carlson amplified it. Megyn Kelly echoed it. Less safe. Let me tell you something that most people won't say plainly. This resignation isn't just about one person leaving a job. It's a crack in the foundation of a political movement. Joe Kent resigned and said publicly that the United States started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Tucker Carlson amplified it. Megyn Kelly echoed it. Marjorie Taylor Greene called Kent a great American hero. Meanwhile, Mitch McConnell called his letter virulent anti-Semitism, and Elise Stefanik pressed Gabbard in Congress to condemn Kent, which she notably would not do. This is a fault line running straight through the MAGA coalition. On one side, you've got the anti-war nationalists who voted for Trump because he promised to end forever wars. On the other, you've got the pro-Israel hawks who see Iran as an existential threat. And the president is caught between them. Now here's what tells you how serious this is. House Republicans just canceled a war powers vote yesterday, May 21st, because they didn't have the votes to defeat it. They couldn't even hold their own caucus together. The Senate advanced the same measure with 4 Republican defections. NBC polling shows 58% of independents oppose these strikes. Among non-MAGA Republicans, only 54% support the war.
Hey, Jordan.
And Fox News, they ran the cancer story as the entire explanation for Gabbard's departure. No mention of the sidelining, no mention of the intelligence disputes.
Lights up, lights up.
May 21st, because they didn't have the votes to defeat it. They couldn't even hold their own caucus together. The Senate advanced the same measure with 4 Republican defections. NBC polling shows 58% of independents oppose these strikes. Among non-MAGA Republicans, only 54% support the war. And Fox News, they ran the cancer story as the entire explanation for Gabbard's departure. No mention of the sidelining, no mention of the intelligence disputes. When your media ecosystem can't even acknowledge the fracture, you can't begin to fix it. Now let me tell you where I think this goes. And I want to be careful here because I'm projecting, not prophesying. But patterns have consequences. First, the immediate concern. We have an acting DNI with no Senate confirmation, overseeing intelligence during an active military conflict with Iran. Trump himself said just days ago he was 1 hour away from ordering new strikes before calling them off. The Strait of Hormuz remains disrupted. Gas is above $4, and the person coordinating intelligence for these decisions has never faced a single confirmation question from the United States Senate. Second, Congress is approaching a constitutional confrontation. We're past 60 days under the War Powers Resolution. The House couldn't kill the War Powers measure. The Senate advanced it. If this continues, we may see the first successful War Powers Resolution since 1973, and a president who ignores it. Third, and this is what keeps me up at night, Gabbard's effective date is June 30th. Once she's fully outside the administration, she may speak more freely. She knows what intelligence existed before February 28th. She knows whether Iran truly posed an imminent threat. If she chooses to tell that story publicly, it could reshape the entire political landscape heading into the midterms. And fourth, this war is already damaging Trump politically. His own base is splintering. His own Congress can't hold the line. The administration that promised to end forever wars launched one without authorization and is now hemorrhaging the people who objected. That's not strength. That's instability. Let me close with this. I've been thinking a lot lately about what we owe each other in a democracy, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans. We owe each other honesty. We owe each other leaders who listen to hard truths and don't punish the messengers. We owe each other institutions that function independently of any one person's ego or political survival. And we owe each other an intelligence community that serves the nation's security, not a president's narrative. Now, I want to say something about Tulsi Gabbard's husband. Abraham Williams has been diagnosed with a rare bone cancer. That is real. That is painful. And no matter what the political circumstances, that family deserves our compassion and our prayers. I mean that sincerely. But compassion for a family's private pain cannot become a shield against public accountability. The American people deserve to know whether their intelligence community was sidelined during decisions of war and peace. They deserve to know whether the justification for striking Iran was supported by the evidence. They deserve to know why 4 senior officials have left this administration in 3 months, and whether the pattern points to something deeper than personal circumstance. We've corrected course before in this country. After Vietnam, after Iraq, after every moment when power overreached and truth was suppressed, Americans stood up and demanded better. And we got better. Not perfect, but better. That's the covenant we keep. And I truly believe, we can keep it again. But only if we refuse to look away.
There's more. Get the lights up. Hurry up. Hi, John. F.A. Draft Dodger. Yeah, and that is exactly. Let's see this one.
You know, there are weeks in Washington where the noise is just noise. Posturing, press conferences, people talking past each other. And then there are weeks where something shifts, where you can feel the ground move beneath the institutions that hold this country together. This was one of those weeks. Now look, I've been around long enough to know that when members of a president's...
Do I need to say anything? Do what you know you need to do. Likes up! Or get out! How many times I gotta keep saying that? Double tap the face of your screen, hit the top 3 dots, do something, send a cash app. God, no. And if you don't want to, leave. If not, you're gonna hear some music. Yeah, get your ass up out of here. I don't care nothing about them numbers. Yeah, get out. Let's go.
Its own party starts saying no, publicly, loudly, and with conviction. That's not theater. That's a signal. On Thursday, May 21st, House Republican leaders pulled a war powers vote from the floor because they knew they were going to lose it. Their own members, Fitzpatrick, Barrett, others, were ready to cross. The Speaker didn't let democracy happen on that floor. And we'll come back to that in a moment. The same week, Senate Republicans walked away from Donald Trump's $70 billion immigration package, refused to advance it because they could not stomach a $1.776 billion fund that could put taxpayer money in the hands of people convicted of assaulting police officers on January 6th. Tom Tillis, a Republican from North Carolina, called it stupid on stilts. Mitch McConnell called it utterly stupid, morally wrong. Let me tell you something. When Mitch McConnell issues the public statement using the words morally wrong about a Republican president's policy, the tectonic plates are moving. And here's what I want you to think about as we go through this together. The question isn't whether Donald Trump had a bad week. Presidents have bad weeks. I certainly had mine. The question, the real question, is whether the United States Congress remembers that it is a co-equal branch of government, whether the system designed by Madison and Hamilton and the rest of them still has the capacity to self-correct. Because right now, with an approval rating at 37%, a war past its 60-day legal limit, gas above $4.50 a gallon, and Japan and China pulling back from American debt, this isn't just politics. This is a stress test. And how we respond to it will tell us something important about who we still are. Now, to understand why this week matters, you've got to understand what led up to it, because none of this happened in a vacuum. Since January 2025, Donald Trump has been consolidating executive power at a pace we haven't seen in modern American history. He's used primary challenges like a hammer. Bill Cassidy, a two-term senator from Louisiana, lost his seat on May 16th because he voted his conscience after January 6th. Thomas Massey, a principal conservative from Kentucky, gone. And then came the Cornyn endorsement, backing Ken Paxton over a sitting Republican senator in Texas, his own people. The message was clear: loyalty or destruction. Now here's the thing, that works until it doesn't, and we'll come back to that. On February 28, 2026, the United States and Israel launched strikes on Iran. We are now past the 60-day window the War Powers Resolution gives the President before Congress must authorize the use of force. Gas has gone from $3.18 a gallon to $4.52. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve has dropped 17 million barrels. And the President told reporters, and this is a direct quote, "I don't think about Americans' financial situation. when asked if hardship was motivating him toward peace. Then on May 18th, the DOJ announced a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund created from a settlement of Trump's own lawsuit against the IRS. The president sued for $10 billion, settled with himself, and created a fund that could compensate people convicted of assaulting police officers on January 6th. Let me say that again. Taxpayer money flowing from a self-negotiated settlement to people found guilty in courts of law. His approval sits at 37%. Among white voters without a college degree, his bedrock, disapproval has crossed 50% for the first time. The CNN poll shows he's gone from plus 26 net approval with that group to minus 2 in 15 months. We've got to remember, this is the backdrop. A president weakened by war, weakened by economics, weakened by his own choices. And that's the soil from which this revolt grew. Now let me walk you through exactly what happened, because the details here matter more than the headlines. On Tuesday, May 20th, the United States Senate voted to advance a war powers resolution on the Iran conflict. 4 Republicans crossed over. Bill Cassidy, who just lost his primary on the 16th, joined by 3 others. And 3 GOP senators were absent. That was the first time in 8 attempts that the measure cleared a procedural hurdle. The Constitution says Congress declares war. We are 82 days into a military conflict launched without that declaration. Then the resolution came to the House. Gregory Meeks, the ranking Democrat on Foreign Affairs, told reporters, and I'm quoting him, "We had the votes without question, and they knew it." Brian Fitzpatrick, Republican from Pennsylvania, confirmed publicly he would vote yes. Tom Barrett from Michigan was in the same position. Jared Golden of Maine, the one Democrat who voted no last week on a 212 to 212 tie, said he'd flip to yes. The math was undeniable. So what did Speaker Johnson do? He pulled the vote, canceled it, sent everybody home without letting democracy happen on that floor. Steve Scalise told reporters it was about absences. Johnson wouldn't answer questions at all, just walked out of the chamber. Now here's the second thread. On May 18th, the DOJ announced a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund created from a settlement of Trump's own $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS over leaked tax returns. The president sued, the president's own attorney general settled, and the money flows from the judgment fund, taxpayer dollars, into a compensation account for people who claim they were wrongly prosecuted under Biden. That includes people convicted of assaulting police officers on January 6th. Tom Tillis called it stupid on stilts and a payout for punks. McConnell said, direct quote, "So the nation's top law enforcement official is asking for a slush fund to pay people who assault cops? Utterly stupid, morally wrong, take your pick." Brian Fitzpatrick and Tom Suozzi introduced the Bipartisan Transparency for American Taxpayers Act to block all federal funding for the account. And Senate Republicans, angry enough to walk out, refused to advance Trump's $70 billion immigration package, blowing his June 1st deadline entirely. Let me tell you something about leadership. I spent 8 years in the Oval Office, and I learned this. The decisions that define your presidency aren't always the big dramatic ones. Sometimes they're the procedural ones. The choice to let a vote happen or to kill it. The choice to confront a problem or to hide from it. Mike Johnson made a choice on Thursday. He had a constitutional resolution on his floor, a measure invoking the War Powers Act of 1973, which gives Congress authority over military conflicts. His own members were ready to cross party lines. And rather than let the people's representatives cast their votes and accept the outcome, he pulled it. Now look, I disagreed fiercely with Newt Gingrich on almost everything. We shut the government down over our differences. But Newt let votes happen, even votes he might lose, because he understood that the House floor is sacred ground for democratic deliberation. Johnson's decision wasn't about procedure. It was about protecting a president from the embarrassment of bipartisan rebuke on a war that 56% of Americans oppose and 61% say has done more harm than good. Hakeem Jeffries called it cowardly. I'd call it something worse. I'd call it a failure of institutional responsibility. Then there's John Thune. After Todd Blanche spent hours behind closed doors trying to sell Republican senators on this anti-weaponization fund, Thune let the Senate adjourn without resolution. He said he hoped the administration left with an appreciation for the depth of feeling on the issue. That's diplomatic language for, we're not doing this. And here's what stands out. Tillis, McConnell, Fitzpatrick, Cassidy, these are not liberal insurgents. These are conservative Republicans who decided that institutional credibility matters more than presidential loyalty. Tillis said, compensating people who assaulted police officers is the definition of tyranny. McConnell came off the bench with language he almost never uses publicly. Fitzpatrick teamed with a Democrat to draft legislation. And how did Trump respond? He went on Truth Social Friday morning and called Tillis someone screwing the Republican Party, called him a quitter. That's the cycle. Dissent, then punishment. And yet, they dissented anyway. That tells you something about where the pressure has reached. Now I want to step back from the personalities, because this isn't ultimately about Trump or Tillis or Johnson. This is about whether American institutions can still do their job. And right now, I've got to be honest with you. There are warning signs everywhere. Start with war powers. The Constitution gives Congress, not the President, the authority to commit this nation to war. The War Powers Resolution in 1973 says if a president deploys forces without a declaration of war, Congress must authorize the action within 60 days, or the troops come home. We are past 80 days. The White House argues the ceasefire suspended the clock. But on the same day Johnson pulled the House vote, Trump posted on social media telling military leaders to be prepared to go forward with a full, large-scale assault of Iran on a moment's notice. You cannot simultaneously claim the clock isn't running and threaten to restart it. When a speaker refuses to allow a vote on war powers, not because the resolution is unconstitutional, not because it lacks support, but because it would pass, that is a dereliction of Congress's most fundamental obligation. We've got to remember what the founders understood. The power to send young Americans into combat is the most consequential power any government possesses. It cannot belong to one person alone. Then there's the rule of law. When the Department of Justice creates a $1.776 billion fund from a self-settled presidential lawsuit, and that fund could compensate people found guilty in federal courts, including those who beat police officers with flagpoles, the integrity of the entire justice system erodes. Todd Blanche says commissioners will consider a claimant's conduct. He appoints all 5 commissioners. That's not accountability, that's theater. And here's what people aren't talking about enough: the economic signal. Japan dumped $47 billion in treasuries in March alone. China reduced holdings to their lowest level since 2008. Overall foreign holdings dropped from $9.49 trillion to $9.25 trillion in 1 month. That's not partisan. That's the world pricing in American dysfunction. When your allies sell your debt because they're worried about your stability, that's an institutional crisis that transcends any single policy. Here's the honest truth about political strategy. Control and popularity are not the same thing. And right now, Donald Trump controls his party's primaries, but is losing the country. Look at the numbers. The Quinnipiac poll released May 20th puts his overall approval at 34%. His economic approval, which used to be his strongest issue, is at 33%, the lowest of either term. The NPR/PBS/Marist poll from May 6th has him at 37%, with a 10-point Democratic lead on the generic congressional ballot. Among independents, 70% disapprove of his economic management, 55% blame him directly for gas prices. And here's the number that should alarm every Republican strategist in Washington. Among white voters without a college degree, his bedrock, Republican support for his economic handling has dropped 15 net points since February 2025. Now, Trump won his primaries this week. Cassidy's gone, Massey's gone. He endorsed Paxton over Cornyn in Texas. The base responds to loyalty tests. But Don Bacon, a Republican retiring from Nebraska, who spent 30 years in the Air Force, said something that should haunt the party. You don't want to have a totally loyal party that's in the minority. And that's maybe where we're headed. And this is where things start to get complicated. Marco Rubio goes on NBC and says Cuba hosts Russian and Chinese intelligence presence 90 miles from American soil, which is true and is a genuine security concern. But the president has spent years cultivating warm rhetoric toward Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. So your own Secretary of State is framing Russia and China as adversarial intelligence threats, while the president treats their leaders as partners. Republican candidates in swing districts cannot hold both positions simultaneously and survive. The Fitzpatrick model may be the only survival path for purple district Republicans. Bipartisan legislation, institutional independence, willingness to break publicly. But with Trump primarying anyone who dissents, the incentive structure pushes toward loyalty. And loyalty to a president at 34% approval is a strategy for the minority. Now, I've been asked to predict the future.
307 people in here. 304. Get the likes up. I know y'all know. Y'all ain't finna play me way to the left. Y'all know I was doing something. Baby. And I need to hear my Cash App go off. Or all y'all. Every last one of y'all can leave. I don't give a shit. Everybody. I mean everybody need to support the platform. Yeah. Or find the tea on your own. And I mean, I need to hear my Cash App go off or go. Every last one of y'all.
Future before.
What Fred? Hold on.
Usually
What Frederick say? What Frederick say? Did you get him up out of here? Did you get Frederick up out of here? You know, we don't have enough support for anybody to come in here talking shit. So get us at anybody. Get them out. Yeah, get their asses up out of here.
For a headline. But let me share with you how I see this playing out, based on what I know about how Washington actually works under pressure. Scenario 1, and this is the most likely in the short term, is temporary revolt followed by quiet capitulation. Congress comes back from Memorial Day recess.
Yeah.
The immigration bill gets reworked with minor concessions. Blanche restructures the anti-weaponization fund with just enough guardrails to give senators cover, and the War Powers Resolution drops 15 net points since February 2025. Now, Trump won his primaries this week. Cassidy's gone, Massey's gone. He endorsed Paxton over Cornyn in Texas. The base responds to loyalty tests. But Don Bacon, a Republican retiring from Nebraska, who spent 30 years in the Air Force, said something that should haunt the party. You don't want to have a totally loyal party that's in the minority. And that's maybe where we're headed. And this is where things start to get complicated. Marco Rubio goes on NBC and says Cuba hosts Russian and Chinese intelligence presence 90 miles from American soil, which is true and is a genuine security concern. But the president has spent years cultivating warm rhetoric toward Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. So your own Secretary of State is framing Russia and China as adversarial intelligence threats, while the president treats their leaders as partners. Republican candidates in swing districts cannot hold both positions simultaneously and survive. The Fitzpatrick model may be the only survival path for purple district Republicans. Bipartisan legislation, institutional independence.
We need to listen to what I good here.
Publicly. Result of Iran on a moment's notice. You cannot simultaneously claim the clock isn't running and threaten to restart it. When a speaker refuses to allow a vote on war powers, not because the resolution is unconstitutional, not because it lacks support, but because it would pass, that is a dereliction of Congress's most fundamental obligation. We've got to remember what the founders understood. The power to send young Americans into combat is the most consequential power any government possesses. It cannot belong to one person alone. Then there's the rule of law. When the Department of Justice creates a $1.776 billion fund from a self-settled presidential lawsuit, and that fund could compensate people found guilty in federal courts, including those who beat police officers with flagpoles, the integrity of the entire justice system erodes. Todd Blanche says commissioners will consider a claimant's conduct. He appoints all 5 commissioners. That's not accountability, that's theater. And here's what people aren't talking about enough: the economic signal. Japan dumped $47 billion in treasuries in March alone. China reduced holdings to their lowest level since 2008. Overall foreign holdings dropped from $9.49 trillion to $9.25 trillion in 1 month.
Hey,
That's not partisan. That's the world pricing in American dysfunction. When your allies sell your debt because they're worried about your stability, that's an institutional crisis that transcends any single policy. Here's the honest truth about political strategy. Control and popularity are not the same thing. And right now, Donald Trump controls his party's primaries, but is losing the country. Look at the numbers. The Quinnipiac poll released May 20th puts his overall approval at 34%. His economic approval, which used to be his strongest issue, is at 33%, the lowest of either term. The NPR/PBS/Marist poll from May 6th has him at 37%, with a 10-point Democratic lead on the generic congressional ballot. Among independents, 70% disapprove of his economic management, 55% blame him directly for gas prices. And here's the number that should alarm every Republican strategist in Washington. Among white voters without a college degree, his bedrock, Republican support for his economic handling has dropped 15 net points since February 2025. Now, Trump won his primaries this week. Cassidy's gone, Massey's gone. He endorsed Paxton over Cornyn in Texas. The base responds to loyalty tests. But Don Bacon, a Republican retiring from Nebraska, who spent 30 years in the Air Force, said something that should haunt the party. You don't want to have a totally loyal party that's in the minority. And that's maybe where we're headed. And this is where things start to get complicated. Marco Rubio goes on NBC and says Cuba hosts Russian and Chinese intelligence presence 90 miles from American soil, which is true and is a genuine security concern. But the president has spent years cultivating warm rhetoric toward Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. So your own Secretary of State is framing Russia and China as adversarial intelligence threats, while the president treats their leaders as partners. Republican candidates in swing districts cannot hold both positions simultaneously and survive. The Fitzpatrick model may be the only survival path for purple district Republicans. Bipartisan legislation, institutional independence, willingness to break publicly. But with Trump primarying anyone who dissents, the incentive structure pushes toward loyalty. And loyalty to a president at 34% approval is a strategy for the minority. Now, I've been asked to predict the future before, usually by reporters looking for a headline. But let me share with you how I see this playing out, based on what I know about how Washington actually works under pressure. Scenario 1, and this is the most likely in the short term, is temporary revolt followed by quiet capitulation. Congress comes back from Memorial Day recess. The immigration bill gets reworked with minor concessions. Blanche restructures the anti-weaponization fund with just enough guardrails to give senators cover, and the War Powers Resolution dies procedurally when Johnson finds enough absences or rule changes to kill it. Trump declares victory. The cycle continues. I've seen this pattern before. Pressure builds, release valves open, then close again. Scenario 2 is escalating fracture. This happens if gas stays above $4.50. And right now, AAA has it at $4.55 nationally. If the Iran conflict produces American casualties beyond the 6 soldiers killed by that drone strike, if polling continues collapsing among working class voters heading into November, under those conditions, the revolt deepens. More Republicans break ranks. The War Powers Resolution passes both chambers. A constitutional confrontation over presidential war authority reaches the courts. Robert Redfield is warning that Ebola will spread to 3 more African countries and become, his words, a very significant pandemic. If a public health emergency arrives while institutional capacity is degraded, you have compound crisis. Scenario 3, The most hopeful
created by
and least likely
CIA.
is genuine institutional
Trump,
reassertion.
Mossad.
Congress declares itself a co-equal branch. It demands authorization for the Iran conflict. It blocks the anti-weaponization fund through legislation. It forces transparency on clemency decisions. This would require sustained political courage of a kind that history suggests is rare, but that this week showed is not impossible. And we'll come back to what that means in a moment. Because there's an economic dimension here that nobody can afford to ignore. When Japan and China simultaneously pull back from American debt, when the Strategic Petroleum Reserve keeps dropping, when 81% of Americans say gas prices strain their household budget, that's not a political problem anymore. That's a stability problem. And stability problems don't wait for elections. Let me close with something I think about a lot. Something I learned not from policy briefings or intelligence reports, but from decades of watching this extraordinary, imperfect experiment we call American democracy actually work. The system was never designed to prevent conflict. Madison understood that. Hamilton understood that.
Are y'all still
They
here?
designed a system.
Are y'all listening? Can y'all still here? I stepped away. I don't see no movement in the comments. My lights didn't go up. Can y'all hear me? Hello? 228 people in here. Can y'all hear me? Maybe I need to cut it off if y'all can't hear. Do I need to cut it off? Oh, okay, there y'all go.
To channel conflict productively, to
Thank
force
you,
it through
Truth Seeker.
institutions that slow it down, deliberate on it, and produce accountability. The
Heal my
genius isn't
smiles. Okay, I
harmony.
see y'all now.
The genius is structurally problem, and stability problems don't wait for elections. Let me close with something I think about a lot. Something I learned not from policy briefings or intelligence reports, but from decades of watching this extraordinary, imperfect experiment we call American democracy actually work. The system was never designed to prevent conflict. Madison understood that. Hamilton understood that. They designed a system to channel conflict productively, to force it through institutions that slow it down, deliberate on it, and produce accountability. The genius isn't harmony. The genius is structured disagreement. And this week, just maybe, some of that structure held. When Tom Tillis, a conservative Republican from North Carolina, stands before cameras and calls a presidential initiative the definition of tyranny, that's not chaos. That's a senator doing his job. When Brian Fitzpatrick teams with Tom Suozzi across the aisle to draft legislation, that's not rebellion. That's Congress functioning as designed. When Mitch McConnell, a man who calculates every word, says utterly stupid, morally wrong, that's an institution remembering what it's for. Now, I don't celebrate Republican division as Democratic victory. That would be short-sighted.
You're welcome,
and
Patrick.
frankly wrong. What matters isn't whether one party or the other has a bad
Not the
week.
device that I am.
What matters is whether the system
I
still
can.
contains people willing to risk their careers
It wasn't moving.
for constitutional principle. whether Congress can still say no to a president of either party when he overreaches, whether we still believe that taxpayer dollars belong to the public, that war requires authorization, and that no one is above the accountability that democratic governance demands. I've lived through government shutdowns, impeachment, wars authorized and unauthorized, balanced budgets and broken ones. And here's what I know. America corrects course. Not always quickly, not always gracefully, but the capacity is there in the design, in the people, and in moments like this one. The question isn't whether Donald Trump is humiliated. Presidents recover from bad weeks. The question is whether the Congress of the United States remembers what it's for. And this week, imperfectly, incompletely, but unmistakably, some of them started to remember. That's not the end of the story, but it might be the beginning of something that matters.
Hold on. Scared for his life. What you saying? Let me see what you saying. I haven't seen you in a minute. And Trump got your daddy locked up.
Listen. The Trump administration is losing Senate Republicans. A screaming match has erupted behind the scenes between Senate Republicans and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. It got so heated, it got so bad, that now votes are postponed. Senators have been sent home to cool off.
What is
we're
this?
In a situation of complete limbo. The
Have
president
we
of the
noticed that
United
before?
States is clearly becoming more and more of a lame duck, and Republican senators, at least behind the scenes, are starting to grow a backbone and oppose his action.
You know we saw this look like that right here, but what is this? Is this a? I wouldn't be surprised if they had a hidden mic on him trying to speak for him through them clones and stuff. Let's go. Get the lights up, y'all. I'm trying to catch y'all up.
The Trump administration is losing Senate Republicans. A screaming match has erupted behind the scenes between Senate Republicans and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. It got so heated, it got so bad, that now votes are postponed. Senators have been sent home
Trump
to
is sick,
cool off, and we're in a situation of
so they're in there fighting.
Limbo. The president of the United States is clearly becoming more and more of a lame duck, and Republican senators, at least behind the scenes, are starting to grow a backbone.
Let's remember, Aaron daddy was on his first administration and got caught up for lying and cheating, stealing for Trump. And then when his daddy got caught, Trump and them act like they ain't know who his daddy was. Yeah. And he got a lot of backlash on behalf of his daddy, on behalf of Trump. Hey, Silver Eyes. I'm glad you back. Thank you. Same to you. Yeah. I be missing my tea sippers. So that's just who Aaron is. His daddy was under Trump's first administration. So he do have intel. Let's go.
And we're in a situation of complete limbo. The president of the United States is clearly becoming more and more of a lame duck, and Republican senators, at least behind the scenes, are starting to grow a backbone and oppose his his actions.
Count it all joy.
At the same time, Donald Trump has caused some big issues for
Count it all
the
joy.
New York Giants team, but specifically their starting quarterback, Jackson Dart, who introduced Donald Trump at a rally last night in New York, and well, it has not gone over well with his teammates. At the same time,
he got
we're
booed.
learning today that Trump is requiring that all government employees and all federal agencies to download the official White House app. Only problem is there are security concerns. So we'll see how that goes. Like, comment, share, subscribe.
Oh no.
If you can't subscribe to my Substack, link below to support my work. According to Ted Cruz, screaming, yelling, and accusations of self-dealing. That's how Senator Ted Cruz described a closed-door meeting with Senate Republicans and the acting Attorney General over Donald Trump's $1.8 billion weaponization fund that has now drawn bipartisan opposition. Spoke on the podcast saying the meeting was, quote, one of the roughest meetings I've ever seen in my entire time in the Senate.
Because everybody black should be saying, what about 40 acres in the mule?
45 senators in the room, and at least half of them were blasting the Attorney General. They were pissed. Remember, Senate Republicans voted, or rather met with Todd Blanche on Thursday to discuss the fund, which ultimately derailed the vote on the Republican funding bill to fund ICE and CBP. Ted Cruz says several of his Republican colleagues felt that they could not politically defend the fund because it appeared as though Donald Trump cut a deal with himself.
Right.
Or multiple senators yelling at the Attorney General, saying this feels like self-dealing. I got to tell you, the Republican senators were pissed. People were the entire meeting. They were screaming at the acting Attorney General, and he was trying to lay out the legal basis. Cruz said the legal basis is quite sound. And the fund was announced on Monday after Trump said he would drop the $10 billion lawsuit he had against the IRS, along with other claims related to the 2020 search of Mar-a-Lago and the Russian collusion situation in 2016.
So if he can't win, he gonna steal.
Justice Department officials said they're creating this fund. Well, Republicans aren't happy, and I'll tell you why. And I think it's very interesting that this is the first time that you see Republicans come out like this. And what's even more interesting is that during this meeting, Todd Blanche came out and told Senate Republicans, you too can get some of the money.
Trump is
if you were
possessed
aggrieved
by
by the
the
Biden administration's
Antichrist
weaponization,
spirit
if you had your
from the
phone
bottom of
records
this pit.
subpoenaed,
Yep.
for example, you can get your money. That was, I'm sure, a subtle kind of bribe in a way. A subtle bribe. So that really happened. And, well, didn't work. Even bribing Senate Republicans behind the scenes didn't work. And it turned into a situation where there's so much fury, so much, you don't see this every day. And as a result, you really have a situation where the president's party is kind of unraveling as we speak. Now, what's unclear, though, and here's the thing. Donald Trump is doubling down. He's tripling down on this weaponization fund. He still wants the funds, no matter what. And, well, I don't know that it's going to pass. I don't think it'll pass. Because right now, as it stands, he does not have the support of his own caucus. And he also doesn't have the support of the law. And when you look at the law regarding the weaponization fund, Congress is the body that
That's true. 100%.
doles out
Facts.
money, appropriates money. It's the chief appropriator. You have the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and the executive branch, right? The legislative branch's responsibilities are to give out money. The executive branch's responsibility is to spend that money, and the judicial branch is responsible for determining whether the money was properly allocated and properly spent. And well, at no point has the legislative branch allocated money for a weaponization fund. At no point has the executive been given the authority to spend this money on this weaponization fund. Do you see the quagmire we're in? Do you see the situation we're in? Well, another situation that's been developing today is the fact that the New York Giants quarterback, Jackson Dart, introduced Donald Trump at a rally last night in New York. Take a listen.
I'm trying to pay off your loan.
Stop calling me. You sound like a psycho. I swear to God.
I'm calling you.
Please welcome starting quarterback of the New York Giants, Jackson Dart.
Blue Nation, it's a pleasure to be here. I gotta start this off with a Go Big Blue. I'd love it if y'all would follow with me. Go Big Blue. Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! What an honor, what a privilege it is to be here. And without further ado, I'm grateful, I'm honored, I'm pleasured to introduce the 45th and 47th President of the United States.
Well, that's not gone over well among his teammates. Abdul Carter, linebacker for the Giants, one of their best defensive players, said, "I thought this shit was AI. What are we doing, man?" There's cracks within the Giants locker room today. There are also new concerns about the invocation of religion into the government, because this is what Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, said during his speech today. Take a listen. 2 cadets, by the way.
Last and most importantly, seek God.
Absolutely.
And know that we are not him. It's humbling. It's also liberating.
Oh, that's
As
Pete.
Charlie Kirk often said, remember always,
Charlie
this
Kirk.
too shall pass.
Y'all took him out.
The good times will pass. The bad times will pass.
He was
You're
promised
never
that
as good
if
as you think you are,
he did this,
nor are
among
you
the
as bad
Antichrist to
as you
use
think
him
you are.
as a vessel
Seek God
that Trump's family
in
will be
every
given a
circumstance.
great position of power.
No.
Oh.
At the same time, here's what Donald Trump posted today. President Trump's fixation on heaven is good for America. Comes as the White House has unveiled a new app to give the public, quote, unfiltered access to key priorities, historic moments, and policy breakthroughs. Now it's directing agencies to install it on the government phones of all federal employees. Trump administration launched this app, which promises to, quote, keep you connected to President Donald J. Trump and his administration like never before.
Surveillance you.
They say, many employees say it's dangerous. At least one agency says the automatic downloads will start next week. The FAA is going to start downloading it next week. But here's the issue with it. Cybersecurity researchers warned about vulnerabilities in the app after it debuted, like how it shares IP addresses, time zones, and other data of users with third-party services. Forcing agencies to install it on employees' phones, government-furnished phones should be cause for alarm, said Sunny Hashmi.
They'll know your whereabouts at all times.
Told the government executive. That's where we're at right now. We'll see how that goes. As always, like, comment, share, subscribe.
Okay, let's go here. So much stuff, man.
The immunity
always something. Hold on. You can never get caught up because it's always something coming out because he's always doing something. Always. And it's a deflection. Do we need to stop and have a prayer?
Can I pray for your Saturday?
Yeah.
Dear God, I pray for the person that is here with me right now. God, your word says in Romans 15, verse 13, may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. On this Saturday, May 23rd, I pray that you would fill their heart with hope, the kind of hope that comes from knowing that you are still on the throne, that you are still working all things together for their good, still opening doors no one can shut, and still carrying them when they feel weak. Your word says in Isaiah 40:31 that those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. So today I pray for renewed strength over their life, renew their mind, renew their joy, renew their vision for the future, renew the parts of them that became tired from fighting battles silently. Father, I pray that this Saturday would not be filled with fear or discouragement or doubt, but with deep awareness that you are near to them. Your word says in Zephaniah 3:17 that you rejoice over them with singing. You, God, the creator of the universe, delight in them. So I pray that they would know that they are chosen, they are treasured, they are deeply loved by you. God, wherever they go today, let your favor surround them like a shield. I pray against every anxious thought trying to steal their joy. Your word says in Nahum 1 verse 7, The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and you know those that trust in you. So I thank you that they are not walking through life alone. You know every burden they haven't told anybody about. You know every prayer they've cried in private. You know every silent disappointment, every stress, every fear about the future, and yet you still remain faithful. Father, I pray that today they would feel your presence in an undeniable, unmistakable way. Let peace flood the room they're in right now. Let joy rise in their spirit. Let their sleep be sweet tonight. Let their mind finally rest from overthinking. God, if there are doors that need to close, close them. If there are relationships that are draining their spirit, give them wisdom. If there are prayers they've almost given up on, remind them that your timing is perfect. God, I pray that they would walk boldly today, knowing that the same God who parted the Red Sea, who shut the mouths of lions, who healed the sick, and who raised Christ from the dead is still moving today. Lord, overwhelm them with your goodness. Overwhelm them with encouragement. Overwhelm them with peace. I thank you for all that you have done, all that you are doing, and all that you will do in their life. And I pray all these things in the wonderful and mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Have a blessed
Amen. Have a blessed day. And return all of that goodness to sender. Robert Miller, that's why. Oh yeah, he done lost airspace and all of that. Him scared, and they increased that bounty from 50 mil to 58 mil.
God sent this.
He in trouble.
Can I pray for your Saturday?
He in trouble, and not only for him, but Bibi Netanyahu too. Mm-hmm. Scared for his safety.
Excuse me, you're reading wrong.
Likes up, please.
Show me your book. I'm going to take a picture of it. Now it's going to scan it and read it to you.
Against the worst of the worst, January 6th.
Hold on. I listened to a lot of this.
At Raising Cane's, we focus on making the most craveable chicken finger meals, getting them right every time.
There is the sound of a Shahid drone.
Ooh.
Suka!
That right there is the sound of a Shahid drone that keeps Donald Trump
scared to come up out of the White House.
Suka!
That right there is the sound of a shot.
Get the likes up, y'all. This is his fearmonger for his warmonger.
Suka!
Suka!
That right there is the sound of a Shahid drone that keeps Donald Trump up at night. Donald Trump is fearing for his life as Iran is threatening him. And Iran is simply saying, if you invade, if you go after us, we will unleash hell and fury upon you and upon you directly. And you should be worried. Don't think that you're just going to get away with it and stay safe. Are you afraid, Donald? Mm-hmm. Are you too afraid to show up to your own son's wedding?
Yes.
You have Iran's parliament leader, MB Gabbard, through his key advisor, mocking Donald Trump for being too scared to even show up to his own son's wedding. And MB Gabbard, Iran parliament leader's key advisor, is saying the following. If Donald Trump and Israel execute its plan to target Iranian energy facilities, the retaliation promised by Tehran commanders will be activated. The Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandab Strait will be closed by fire, submarine cables will be disabled, and regional bases and energy infrastructure, including Ben Gurion Airport and any and all bases that facilitated the attack, will be
they're gonna kill me if I go to my son's wedding.
Hundreds of missiles daily. America and Israel are playing, quote, Russian roulette and the outcome will be the collapse of the global economy, alongside unprecedented gas prices in America and a radical shift in the map of power across the Middle East. And Gabbard's advisor is using the term Russian roulette very intentionally because this week Russia did nuclear drills in Belarus to scare Donald Trump and to intimidate Donald Trump that if you go after Iran, if you try to engage in further escalation, there could be nuclear retaliation. And this is getting into Donald Trump's head. Donald Trump, the last 48 hours, has now just been repeating over and over again that his golden ballroom is a shield against drones. He's worried that Iran is going to attack him with their drones. The Shahid drone I showed you at the beginning with their ballistic missiles. I mean, all day yesterday he was posting things like this. Golden dome for the White House, and it's this like AI ballroom is a shield against drones. He's worried that Iran is going to attack him with their drones. The Shahid drone I showed you at the beginning with their ballistic missiles. I mean, all day yesterday he was posting things like this. Golden dome for the White House, and it's this like AI image of a golden dome.
So he need the military to be housed at the White House. He need his own personal golden drone. Baby, you ain't strong, you scary. Ain't nobody else needed a dome. And hell, it didn't work for Israel. He's my get him. It just feels so bad to be going against somebody who going, but they're not going against the U.S. They're going against Trump, and that's the God's honest truth. This is not an attack on the U.S. This is an attack on Trump and Bibi Netanyahu now. Mary Nettleson. I'm always messing with stuff. Huh? All of that. All the gypsies. The fake Jewish people. You see that? Him scared. Look at that. Hold on. That look like a cross. They thought he's scared of the Lord. You don't want to let the Lord in to get you. Mm-hmm. Oh, your judgment is coming. Oh, it's coming. Absolutely coming. What you scared for? Oh, yeah, because you thought you was God. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's go.
Surrounding the White House, and he's been saying over and over again now, look, the ballroom, it's going to protect me from the drones, man. It's these Iranian drones are going to get me, and I need the ballroom to stop the drones and their missiles.
They're coming
it's
to get
a military thing is what I need. So now he's saying that, you know, when you think about this golden ballroom, it was all about the hospital underneath.
Yeah.
And a dome
and
to
they say it's 6
Iranian
stories down.
drones is what he's scared about. This is what he said on the tarmac. Here, play this clip.
Hold on. So when he found out how deep the Ukrainian is, way deep, when they thought that they had got it back in June, and found out they didn't touch the surface of getting down there to get it. It didn't penetrate deep enough. Yeah, now he want 6 stories down. And then where you going? They coming for you. Bad boy. What you gonna do when he comes for you? I couldn't go that low. I was trying to go down there and get that low, and it wouldn't let me go down there. I was trying to go as low down as you going at the White House. You scary. You start shit and hide in the bunkers. That's what you're doing. Cause boy right there, He coming for you. He coming for you. He been sitting, waiting in the cut, trying to heal, waiting for a whole leg. Yeah. They say his face can, I don't know if he had to get some reconstructive stuff going on with his face. But he alive and well, they say. And maybe that's who your ass saw in China. You saw something, baby, when you wouldn't say the word T. Yeah, you said, oh, China is a beauty. You got shook. It may have been him coming out and staring at you and you saying that, yes, he is alive. Yeah, yes, he is alive and well. You saw something. Yeah, you got shook. You got parked. P-O-N-K. I can't say, yeah, you got punked. Yeah, I can't even, yeah. And maybe you saw his face. I don't know. And then you left early. You were scared. Your whole wig fell off. Get the lights up. Oh, okay. They left. Let's go.
Great ballroom. It's been needed. It's a very military complex. The roof is actually a drone port. The roof of the ballroom is a drone port. And it gives great safety to everything below. We're building a really great ballroom, but it's also a strong military position for our people.
That's not for you. For you.
Then even before that, a day before, he said the following about unlimited drones. Drones are what's happening now. Here, play this clip.
But again, we have a drone-proof roof. It's all sealed. And all of this that you see is totally sealed. And we use it as a drone port. We can have unlimited drones up there, and drones are what's happening right now. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Don't eat too much.
By the way, Iran just came out with another one of those Lego videos mocking Donald Trump for being so afraid and canceling the wedding. Iran is really letting Donald Trump have it. Here, play this clip.
Do the 13 minutes of Tai Chi walking to be unrecognizable by July. No need to lift and no need to run. Trump canceled the golf, skipped his own son's wedding, locked in the White House ball. Tulsi just quit, Mossad warning Iran, my strike first, blockade on Iran.
Y'all want to show it? Y'all want me to show it? Y'all want me to show it? I need 10 people to do the thumbs up. That y'all want to see it.
More from Iran's parliament leader MB Ghalibaf's advice.
I need at least 10 people, not one.
So afraid and canceling the wedding. Iran is really letting Donald Trump have
They are funny.
Here, play this clip.
Trump canceled the golf, skipped his own son's wedding, locked in the White House ball. Tulsi just quit, Mossad warning Iran, my strike first, blockade on Iran. They got every right to hit back hard. Something is cooking, feel the panic.
Do y'all want me to show it? 1, 2, 3 people. Only 3 people said yes. Okay. Majority of the people don't want to see it. 4. Come on, I need the people to speak. You here? I should have been. I almost started singing that song. I should have been dead and gone, but Lord, you let me live on. I am trying to show. Y'all ain't acting right. There you go.
so afraid and canceling the wedding. Iran is really letting Donald Trump have it. Here, play this clip.
Trump canceled the golf, skipped his own son's wedding, locked in the White House.
Scary ass.
Tulsi just quit, Mossad warning.
I can't handle it no more.
Blockade on Iran, they got every right to hit back hard. Something is cooking, feel the panic in the air. Trump glued
something
to the
is cooking.
Room, something heavy in the air. No golf, no wedding, no time for the fam.
Something is cooking, and Iran ain't playing.
Something is cooking.
Tulsi just quit.
Trump have it. Here,
something is dang show cooking.
Trump canceled the golf, skipped his own son's wedding, locked in the White House bar. Tulsi just quit, Mossad warning. Iran must strike first, blockade on Iran. They got every right to hit back hard. Something is cooking, feel the panic in the air. Trump glued to the situation room, something heavy in the air. No golf, no wedding, no time for the fam.
Something is cooking, and Iran ain't playing.
More from Iran's
they ain't
Parliament
playing,
leader,
y'all.
MB Ghalibaf's advisor, put out a strategic assessment bulletin as well. While the exchange of diplomatic messages continues, Iran forces and the resistance are prepared to execute, quote, the final phase of operations against the United States and its allies in the region. The operations will be extensive and carried out using next generation missiles and drones, Donald. The target bank has been reviewed with a historic punishment of the aggressor's approach. The strategic goal of the next operations will be to break the enemy's will for repeated aggressions against Iran. For over a week, Iran's armed forces have assessed a U.S. attack as inevitable and are prepared to respond to it. Also, Israel estimates that ultimately no agreement will be reached with Iran, and as such, the IDF is now preparing as if an attack is set to take place in the coming days. That's according to Israel's News 12. And we know this weekend, CBS reported that U.S. military and intelligence officials canceled Memorial Day weekend plans in anticipation of possible strikes against Iran. Most people believe those strikes were coming Friday night. You had Iran issue the notice
they thought it was coming last night.
Or the notice to air missions, clearing the Iranian skies. People believed that was going to happen, but Donald Trump, after receiving these threats, apparently backed down yet again. You had earlier in the day, yesterday, Qatar's diplomats showing up in Iran, and then they swiftly left. You have Pakistan's field marshal was actually there right now. You see a photo of him right now, Asim Munir, who's basically the leader of Pakistan, with Iran's foreign minister Araghchi in Tehran during an official visit as well. Meanwhile, you have Iranian social media accounts like this one over here posting an X-ray image of Netanyahu controlling Donald Trump's mind right there. More warnings from Iran's Ministry of Defense last night. Failure to yield to Iran's rights will bring more failures for Trump. Trump has no choice but to accept the demands of the Iranian nation.
You ain't got no legs to stand on. You weak.
Rights in such a way that even new extra regional fronts will make them regret it even more. Of course, America knows that the path to any military superiority is closed. If America is engaged in excess demands, pretext making, and potential military actions, it will experience the third major punishment in less than a year, this time in a more specific and novel form. Specific, and I'm just...
At their wedding, in his family, at the White House. You trying to tear it up and start over anyway. Might as well, if they're going to have to build a new one, let's get you while your ass is in there. We know you scared to come out. You scared to come outside. You scared to come outside. Woo, let's go.
Letting you know what the key words are that they're saying to Donald Trump. They're not going to say it just overtly, but in a more specific.
They don't want nobody
in less than a year.
They don't want nobody but Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu.
Novel form. Specific, and I'm just letting you know what the key words are that they're saying to Donald Trump. They're not going to say it just overtly, but in a more specific and
We want
novel
you.
form, is sending a message to Donald Trump directly, in my opinion. Donald Trump, again, talking about the roof is going to protect him, and it's needed to protect
They're
all
gonna
of
blow up the
Washington.
White House.
Listen to
That's
how
what
utterly
that threat
deranged
is,
this
y'all.
is. Let's play this clip right here.
They're very high. They're higher than just about anything
And now you
else.
telling them what
They have a 360-degree vision of Washington, D.C. They have a massive drone capacity. Not only is it drone-proof, if a drone hits it, it bounces off. It won't have any impact. But it's also meant as a drone fort, so it protects all of Washington.
And as Donald Trump fears for his life and wants to forever stay in power, let me share with you what he just did very late last night. The Justice Department moved to dismiss the criminal case against the Proud Boys for seditious conspiracy for which they were convicted. Now, Donald Trump's already pardoned them, but he wants to now dismiss the criminal case as if there was no conviction and no pardon necessary. He wants the case fully dismissed against the worst of the worst January 6th insurrectionists. I'll just share with you what he filed. This was filed last night at around 9 p.m., almost midnight East Coast time, so that it wouldn't be talked about during the day, but I'm going to talk about it first thing in the morning. He wants to build his militia. He wants to build, you combine that with the ballroom and the drones. He is preparing to stay in power, and he's fearful and paranoid, and this is what we see with psychotic authoritarians in history. This is what he posted. Look, it's the case against Stuart Rhodes and Kelly Meggs and people convicted of seditious conspiracy. Here's what it says. Pursuant to Criminal Rule of Procedure 48, the U.S. by and through the undersigned attorney respectfully moves this court to dismiss with prejudice the above captioned case against defendants Stuart Rhodes, Kelly Meggs, Kenneth Harrelson, Jessica Watkins, Robert Minuta. The government has determined in its prosecutorial discretion that the dismissal of this criminal case is in the interest of justice. Defendants, through the attorneys, have indicated that they do not oppose this motion. The principal this is horrific, and he's doing it. He's building this militia, if you can, because he ain't gonna leave, and he's terrified right now about everything.
Where he gonna go?
He's paranoid. He's delusional. This is what's going on, folks. Now, I think it also should be noted that I'm going to do a whole other video on this as well. Donald Trump is now claiming, and the Trump regime is now claiming, that there is an Iranian terrorist who they just found in Turkey who was planning on killing Ivanka. And this person was arrested in Turkey, but was apparently from Iraq, but was sympathetic to the IRGC. And they covered this plan to go and take out Ivanka and go after her home in Florida. And I mean, I'm going to do a whole other video on this because, again, it just seems like beyond paranoia, but more than paranoia, another word.
I told you they saying it may be going out.
I'm trying to come up with, they're going after Ivanka, so maybe I'm going to do a whole other video on
you
this
don't
as
play
well.
with your child.
Donald Trump
they
is
digging
now
in her dirt.
and the Trump regime is now claiming that there is an Iranian terrorist who they just found in Turkey who was planning on killing Ivanka. And this person was arrested in Turkey, but was apparently from Iraq, but was sympathetic to the IRGC. And they claim that they've just uncovered this plan to go and take out Ivanka and go after her home in Florida.
Jared.
And I mean, I'm going to do a whole other video on this.
Her and her
because,
husband, her
it
kids.
just seems like beyond paranoia, but more than paranoia, another word, pretext of trying to come up with, they're
They
going
finna
after
get
Ivanka,
him. Listen.
so maybe then I have to go after you.
Listen. When they hit Ali, what is his name? Yeah, him. I can't think of. Kushner is shady. Oh yeah, he's a Mossad. Yeah. They killed his whole family, not just his daddy, his mama, his wife. Several people in his immediate family was taken out. And he was very much injured. So when he be like, we don't even know if they have a leader. Well, he popped out. I wonder, did he pop out in China? Ooh, that would have been juicy to know. Oh my God. But he got spooked about something in China and got the fuck up out of there. So now his whole family is being threatened. His daughter, I think he did lose a daughter. His parents is gone. His son, how do you hit the like button? Are you on your phone? If you're on your phone, you can just double tap the face of your phone. Like down, or hit those three buttons at the top right corner. And go to the like button. Did that work? Yeah, so this man is on
Iraq, but
it's personal and it's political. And right, he done got his new leg. Yeah, he just got his new leg. Yeah. Thank you. So there's a whole bunch going on. So to hear that Ivanka house and home got threatened, that's where her husband, don't she live with her husband? And you too. Yeah, I need to check and see exactly who he lost and see if he going tit for tat. But he up now. I hope we find out that he popped up in China.
Pathetic to the IRGC, and they claim that they've just uncovered this plan to go and take out Ivanka and go after her home, who they just found in Turkey, who was planning on killing Ivanka. And this person was arrested in Turkey, but was apparently from Iraq, but was sympathetic to the IRGC. And they claim that they've just uncovered this plan to go and take out Ivanka and go after her home in Florida. And I mean, I'm going to do a whole other video on this because, again, it just seems like beyond paranoia, but more than paranoia, another word, pretext of trying to come up with, oh, they're going after Ivanka, so maybe they don't have to go after you. I'm going to do a video where I refer
and she
to
prejudiced
Donald
too.
Trump using
She don't care
Ivanka
nothing about
as bait, as he's used
nobody about her
bait
family
his entire life. It's also notable where Donald Trump saying he's not going to his own son's wedding, and you saw the Iranian video mocking him for that as well. Joe Biden, as Andrew Weinstein explained, literally wrote a memo telling his staff that he'd be disappointed in them if they missed family milestones because of work. This is what Biden wrote back in November of 2014 when he was the vice president. To my wonderful staff, and the subject was family obligations from Vice President Biden, November 7, 2014. I'll leave you with this. To my wonderful staff, I would like to take a moment and make something clear to everyone. I do not expect, nor do I want any of you to miss or sacrifice important family obligations for work. Family obligations include, but are not limited to, family birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, any religious ceremonies such as the first communions and bar mitzvahs, graduation, and times of need such as an illness or a loss in the family. This is very important to me. In fact, I will go so far as to say that if I find out that you are working with me while missing important family responsibilities, it will disappoint me greatly. This has been an unwritten rule since my days in the Senate. Thank you for all of your hard work. So you had that on the one hand, and then you have Donald Trump posting images like this of himself, AI images of himself, peering over green.
It says he, in 2026 war, he lost his father. Oh, come on, man. His father, his wife, his sister, his brother-in-law, and his niece/nephew. He was also wounded in the same attack that claimed his family lives. Did y'all hear that with y'all good ear? He lost his father, his wife, his sister, his brother-in-law, and his niece and nephews, as well as he was wounded. And then he has the nerve to say something about them threatening an assassin was sent for, let me find it, Ivanka. You understand? That's why I asked, was it personal? Do y'all think right now, these threats of him, I need a dog, I need the military at my home, I'm scared, I'm scared, ooh-wee, ooh-wee, they are coming for me. Yeah, they are. Is it personal? Is it political? It's both. But right now, it sounds like they are on personal business. What I say, business? Where is it at? I'm trying to go back to it. It sounds like they're on personal business right now. Yeah, tit for tat.
Ivanka, and this person was arrested, planning on killing a terrorist who they just found in Turkey, who was planning on killing Ivanka. And this person was arrested in Turkey, but was apparently from Iraq, but was sympathetic to the IRGC. And they claim that they've just uncovered this plan to go and take out Ivanka and go after her home in Florida. And I mean, I'm going to do a whole other video on this because, again, it just seems like beyond paranoia, but more than paranoia, another word, pretext of trying to come up with,
okay. I think I got one more. Y'all see why he can't go to the
going after Ivanka?
Yeah, they go. Yeah, you went. Yeah, you went after his whole family. His daddy, his mama, his sister, brother-in-law, nieces and nephew, and he got wounded. Oh yeah, it's personal. It's personal first. It's big. What they say? What Scrappy say? Business second. They're coming for you.
Back to why that structure matters. You know, folks, in all my years of public service, as governor, as president, as someone who spent a lifetime studying how this government of ours is supposed to work, I've always believed that the single most important sentence in the Constitution might be one most people never think about. It's the one that says,
the whole dang
no
family.
Money shall be drawn from the treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law. That's Article 1.
So he said what now? Oh, he don't abide by the Constitution, Bill, Bubba?
As governor, as president, as someone who spent a lifetime studying how this government of ours is supposed to work, I've always believed that the single most important sentence in the Constitution might be one most people never think about. It's the one that says, no money shall be drawn from the treasury,
withdraw money from the treasury,
of appropriations made by law.
Thou shalt not steal.
That's Article 1.
Thou shalt not steal the money from the United States for my own personal gain. Well, no stealing at all. What in the world is my hand doing in the U.S. cookie jar? Huh? Yeah. Thou shalt not steal taxpayers' money, but get my big, fat, nasty, funky ass out there and work my job where you get 400, is it, how many million? How many million? Yeah. How many millions? You say, oh no, don't pay me. I'ma steal way more than I'm supposed to make. Yeah. Yeah, you didn't want taxes coming out your money, honey. When all you gonna do is have your well, I think that the president should him steal for you. But let's go.
It's the one that says no money shall be drawn from the treasury.
450 million a year. That's it.
Made by law. That's Article 1. That's the people's money, guarded by the people's representatives. Now look, I want you to stay with me here, because what I'm about to walk you through isn't just another Washington fight. On May 18, 2026, the Trump administration announced a $1.776 billion fund drawn from the Treasury's Judgment Fund, created
we need our
as part
40
of a
acres and a
settlement
mule.
of a lawsuit the president filed against agencies he himself controls. The plaintiff and the defendant are, for all practical purposes, the same person. And the result is nearly $2 billion
that's him.
in taxpayer money flowing into a fund with no congressional authorization, no judicial oversight, no public transparency requirements, and a 5-member commission handpicked by the acting attorney general, who happens to be the president's former criminal defense lawyer. And we'll come back to why that structure matters in a moment. But here's the honest truth. This isn't about left or right. This is about whether the constitutional architecture that James Madison designed, the separation of powers, the checks and balances, the simple idea that no one person gets to decide where your tax dollars go, whether that still holds. Because if it doesn't hold here, it won't hold anywhere. And that ought to concern every American, regardless of who you voted for. Now let me tell you how we got to this point, because the sequence of events matters enormously. On January 29th, 2026, President Trump, his sons Don Jr. and Eric, and the Trump Organization filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS and the Treasury Department.
Devil can't touch the Bible.
The claim was over the unauthorized leak of his tax returns by a contractor named Charles Littlejohn, who, by the way, had already been convicted and sentenced to 5 years in federal prison back in January 2024. The crime was real. The punishment was delivered. The system worked. But here's where you need to pay close attention. The president filed this suit against agencies he himself oversees. The IRS reports to Treasury. Treasury reports to the president. The Department of Justice, which represents the government in lawsuits, also reports to the president. So in effect, the plaintiff and the defendant answer to the same man. The federal judge, Judge Kathleen Williams, saw this problem. She asked both sides to explain whether a genuine legal dispute even existed. And just 2 days before that answer was due, on May 18th, 2026, Trump's attorneys filed a voluntary dismissal. Case dropped. But not for nothing. In exchange, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, the president's former personal criminal defense lawyer, announced the creation of a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund. Now we've got to remember, this comes after the president, on his very first day back in office, 500 January 6th defendants. People,
give my lights up.
$1 billion anti-weaponization fund. Now we've got to remember, this comes after the president, on his very first day back in office in January 2025, pardoned or commuted sentences for approximately 1,500 January 6th defendants. People convicted by juries, sentenced by judges, some for assaulting over 140 police officers. And now, 16 months later, those same individuals may be eligible not just for freedom, but for taxpayer compensation. And that's where things start to get complicated. Now look, let me lay this out for you piece by piece, because the details matter. They always do. The fund will be administered by a 5-member commission. Every single commissioner is appointed by Todd Blanche, the acting Attorney General, who is himself the president's former personal criminal defense lawyer. And here's the kicker. Each of those commissioners can be fired at will by the president. So let's be clear about the chain of command. The president controls the man who appoints the commissioners. The president can fire those commissioners whenever he pleases. And those commissioners decide who gets nearly $2 billion of your money. There are no transparency requirements mandating public disclosure of who receives funds. There's no judicial review. There's a disclaimer in the settlement agreement that appears to exempt the president and the DOJ from liability for fraud or misuse of the money. And when Senator Jeff Merkley asked Blanche directly, will you at least rule out payments to people convicted of assaulting police officers, Blanche said, and I quote, "My feelings don't matter, Senator." He wouldn't rule it out. Now on May 20th, 2026, just 2 days after the fund was announced, former Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn and Metropolitan Police Officer Daniel Hodges filed suit in federal district court in Washington to block the fund. These are men who were beaten, crushed, and subjected to racial slurs while defending the United States Capitol. Officer Hodges, you may remember the video of him screaming as he was pinned in a door frame by rioters.
His arm.
That image defined January 6th for millions of Americans.
Absolutely.
Their lawsuit invokes the 14th Amendment, Section 4, which prohibits the use of federal money to pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion. And separately, Norm Eisen's Democracy Defenders Fund published a legal brief arguing the fund violates the Emoluments Clause and constitutes an unprecedented abuse of executive power. Eisen called it, quote, "the most outrageous example of corruption of any U.S. presidency in American history." And here's one more fact that shouldn't be overlooked. On the very same day the fund was announced, the Treasury Department's top lawyer, Brian Morrissey,
no
a
mule,
Trump
no
nominee,
40 acres for us.
a former clerk for Justice Clarence Thomas, resigned.
But it's there though. They
Even
know
Senate
that
Majority
there's
Leader
money
John
set
Thune
aside for that.
said he's not a big
But they
fan.
said that we
Quote,
can never find
"the
out.
most outrageous example of corruption of any U.S. presidency in American history." And here's one more fact that shouldn't be overlooked.
Let me hear that
Brief,
again.
arguing the fund violates the Emoluments Clause and constitutes an unprecedented abuse of executive power. Eisen called it, quote, "the most outrageous example of corruption of any U.S. presidency in American history." And here's one more fact that shouldn't be overlooked. On the very same day the fund was announced, the Treasury Department's top lawyer, Brian Morrissey, a Trump nominee, a former clerk for Justice Clarence Thomas, resigned. Even Senate Majority Leader John Thune said he's not a big fan. Senator Bill Cassidy called it a slush fund. And we'll come back to what that bipartisan discomfort tells us in a moment. Let me tell you something I learned during my years in office. The hardest part of being president isn't making the tough call. It's making the right call when nobody's watching. when you could get away with the wrong one. That's what character and governance actually means. It means restraint. Now, what we're looking at here is a situation where the referee has become a player in the game. The President of the United States filed a lawsuit against agencies he controls.
Bye, Kim.
The Department of Justice,
I hope
which
you
is supposed
subscribe.
to represent the government's defense,
Bye-bye.
also answers to him. The judge overseeing the case, it means restraint. Now, what we're looking at here is a situation where the referee has become a player in the game. The President of the United States filed a lawsuit against agencies he controls. The Department of Justice, which is supposed to represent the government's defense, also answers to him. The judge overseeing the case raised serious questions about whether a genuine legal dispute even existed between the two parties. And then, 2 days before that question had to be answered, the suit was dismissed, and nearly $1.8 billion materialized in a fund the president effectively oversees through appointees he can fire. Todd Blanche defended this arrangement before the Senate. He said, anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they are a victim of weaponization. Now that sounds reasonable on the surface, but you've got to ask yourself, who defines weaponization? Who decides which claims are valid? Commissioners chosen by the president's personal lawyer, accountable to no judge, operating with no public disclosure requirements. That's not a process, that's a favor bank. I served as president for 8 years. We had an Office of Government Ethics. We had White House counsel whose job it was to say no to the president when something crossed the line. Norm Eisen, who served under President Obama, earned the nickname Dr. No, precisely because he held that administration to strict ethical standards. The comparison Blanche tried to draw between this fund and the Obama-era Keepseagle settlement for Native American farmers falls apart under any scrutiny. That settlement was approved by a federal judge. It resolved documented, decades-long discrimination. It went through a legitimate legal process. This one bypassed the judge entirely. Here's the analogy that keeps coming to my mind. Imagine a CEO who sues his own company, then settles with himself, then takes the settlement money and distributes it to friends and political allies, with no board oversight, no shareholder vote, and no public accounting. In the private sector, that's fraud. In government, apparently, it's called an anti-weaponization fund. And that ought to trouble every American who believes that public office is a public trust, not a personal ATM. We've got to remember something fundamental here, folks. The Constitution gives Congress, and only Congress, the power of the purse. That's Article 1, Section 9. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law. The founders put that language in there for a reason. They had lived under a king who could spend the people's money however he pleased, reward whoever he wished, punish whoever he chose. The entire American experiment was built on the idea that we would never allow that again. Now, I understand the Judgment Fund exists as a permanent appropriation to pay legitimate claims against the government. But it was designed for cases where people win judgments in court.
What about the 40 acres in the
where
middle?
a judge or a jury says the government owes you something. It was never intended to be a mechanism for a president to settle a lawsuit with himself and then redirect billions to political allies without a single judicial determination of liability. If this precedent holds, and I want everyone listening to hear this clearly, if this precedent holds, then any future president, Democrat or Republican, could file a bogus lawsuit against his own agencies, settle it without judicial approval, and create a fund to reward supporters. The institutional damage here is not partisan. It is structural. But there's another layer of harm we need to talk about. Think about the prosecutors, career Justice Department lawyers who spent years building cases against January 6 defendants. Those cases went to juries. Juries convicted. Judges sentenced. The system worked exactly as it was designed to work. And now those same defendants, pardoned, freed, and potentially compensated, are being told by the government that they were the victims. What does that say to the next generation of federal prosecutors? What does it say to the next FBI agent asked to investigate political violence? It says, be careful who you investigate, because the next president might make you the villain and make the criminals the heroes. And then there are the officers. More than 140 law enforcement officers were injured on January 6th. Some suffered traumatic brain injuries. Some developed PTSD. Some, like Officer Brian Sicknick, died. And now we're in a situation where the government may use taxpayer money to compensate the very people who assaulted those officers, while offering the officers themselves nothing comparable. Jamie Raskin's proposed legislation, the January 6 Law Enforcement Heroes Compensation Fund Act, tries to address that disparity. It says, for every dollar the government pays to a January 6 defendant, it must distribute an equivalent amount to the officers who defended the Capitol. That's basic fairness. That's honoring the people who stood between democracy and chaos. Now here's where things get interesting from a political standpoint. And I say this as someone who spent decades in electoral politics. Jamie Raskin introduced his legislation on May 13th, 2026, during National Police Week. 47 House Democrats signed on as original co-sponsors. Hakeem Jeffries has thrown the full weight of Democratic leadership behind it. And Raskin has been explicit. If Republican leadership blocks this bill from reaching the floor, which they almost certainly will, Democrats will pursue a discharge petition. That's a procedural tool that requires 218 signatures to force a vote over the objections of the Speaker. It's rarely successful, but it doesn't have to succeed to do political damage. Here's why. The moment that legislation exists, every Republican member of Congress faces a simple question from their constituents. Do you support using taxpayer money to compensate people who beat police officers at the Capitol? That's not a comfortable question to answer in a midterm cycle. And right now, Donald Trump's economic approval rating sits at 33%. Democrats lead the generic House ballot by 11 points. Among independents, the voters who decide midterms, that lead rises to 18 points. Independents react viscerally to corruption. They don't like it when politicians enrich their friends with public money, while ordinary families struggle with grocery prices that just posted their biggest increase in years. And this is where the bipartisan cracks start to show. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said publicly that he's not a big fan of the fund and doesn't see a purpose for that. Bill Cassidy called it a slush fund outright. Brian Fitzpatrick, a moderate Republican from Pennsylvania, has questioned where the money comes from and whether Congress authorized it. Even some Republicans who support the idea of addressing weaponization are uncomfortable with the mechanism because they know what this looks like to the American people. Democrats also plan to force Senate votes during debate on a DHS funding package, offering amendments that would block the fund or impose transparency requirements. Some of those amendments may attract Republican support, particularly from senators who are already nervous about the political cost of defending this arrangement. The strategy is straightforward. Make Republicans go on the record again and again on whether they support an unaccountable slush fund that could reward political violence. And in the current political environment, with inflation, the Iran conflict, and Trump's approval cratering, that's a vote most Republicans don't want to take. So let's talk about where this goes from here, because there are several roads ahead, and none of them are simple. First, the litigation. Officers Dunn and Hodges have filed their suit. The Democracy Defenders Fund has filed its legal challenge. House Democrats' litigation task force has intervened in the original IRS lawsuit seeking to block the settlement itself. The DOJ will likely argue standing that these plaintiffs can't show direct, particularized harm from a fund that hasn't dispersed any money yet. Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward already said publicly that criticism is way, way too early because there's not been a single claim filed and not been a single payment made. But the courts may disagree. The 14th Amendment argument that federal money cannot be used to pay obligations incurred in aid of insurrection is novel, but it's textually grounded. And federal judges have shown, even in this political environment, a willingness to check executive overreach when constitutional lines are clearly crossed. Second, there's the legislative track. Even if Raskin's bill never reaches the floor through discharge petition, Democrats can use the amendment process on must-pass spending bills. Senator Ron Wyden has said he will pursue testimony from Brian Morrissey, the Treasury lawyer who resigned, and that if Democrats win the Senate in November, they will not let this go. That matters. Congressional investigations with subpoena power can unravel arrangements like this one by exposing the internal decision-making process. Third, there's the political track, and this may be the most consequential one. If this fund becomes an albatross around Republican necks heading into the midterms, there's a real possibility that congressional Republicans force modifications. They did it with Trump's billion-dollar ballroom. Enough Republicans revolted that the funding became untenable. The same dynamic could play out here. The fund's political toxicity may ultimately accomplish what the courts and legislation cannot. Not by killing the fund outright, but by forcing guardrails, transparency requirements, or eligibility restrictions that limit its worst abuses. But let me give you the darker scenario too, because I believe in being honest with people. If these legal challenges fail, if the legislation stalls, if Republicans circle the wagons, then this precedent stands. And what that means is that the judgment fund, which was designed to pay legitimate claims adjudicated by courts, becomes a presidential reward system. Any future president could replicate this exact structure. File a lawsuit against your own agencies. Settle without judicial approval. Create a fund you control and distribute money to allies. That's not a republic anymore. That's something else entirely. And every American, whether you voted for Donald Trump or not, should ask themselves whether that's the country they want to live in. You know, I've been thinking a lot lately about something James Madison wrote in Federalist 51. He said, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. The whole point of our constitutional design, the separation of powers, the checks and balances, the power of the purse resting with the legislature, all of it exists because the founders understood that people in power will always be tempted to abuse it. The system doesn't run on good intentions.
Nope.
It runs on structural accountability.
Say that
here's the
again,
honest
please.
truth. Checks and balances, the power of the purse resting with the legislature, all of it exists because the founders understood that people in power will always be tempted to abuse it. The system doesn't run on good intentions. It runs on structural accountability. And here's the honest truth. That system has been tested before. It was tested during Watergate. It was tested during Iran-Contra. It was tested during my own presidency, frankly. And I know what it's like to face the machinery of accountability. But in every one of those cases, the system held. Not because the Constitution defended itself, but because people defended the Constitution. Judges who ruled with integrity. Legislators who put institution above party. Career public servants who refused to bend. Citizens who paid attention and demanded better. That's what this moment requires. Not anger, though I understand the anger. Not despair, though I understand that too. What it requires is engagement. It requires citizens who call their representatives, Republican and Democrat alike, and ask, do you support spending my tax dollars to compensate people who assaulted police officers? It requires voters who remember in November which leaders stood up and which ones looked away. It requires a legal community that challenges unconstitutional action in court relentlessly, with patience and precision. And I'll tell you what gives me hope. It's the fact that even within this president's own party, there are people who said no. Brian Morrissey, a Trump nominee, resigned rather than be party to this arrangement. John Thune expressed public skepticism. Brian Fitzpatrick asked the hard questions. Officers Dunn and Hodges, who already gave their bodies and their peace of mind defending democracy, stood up again. That tells me the American instinct for self-correction is still alive. We have been through worse than this, folks. We survived the Civil War. We survived the Great Depression. We survived leaders who abused their power. And every single time we came out the other side because enough Americans believed that the idea of this country was worth fighting for. Not a perfect country. Lord knows we've never been perfect. But a country built on the premise that no one is above the law, that the people's money belongs to the people, and that power must
Y'all still here?
always,
Are y'all still here?
always be accountable. So pay attention. Stay engaged.
Right.
Hold your representatives accountable. All of them. Because the Constitution is just a piece of parchment unless we, the people, insist that it means something. And I still believe, with everything in me, that we will.
Y'all ready to go? Y'all done gave y'all enough, I think, for y'all to be stingy in supporting the platform. I went way over in the book. What is this? All hell break loose. Might lose this. What? Almost 5 hours. That's it. I'm finna go, y'all. I may be back later. Come in, hitting the like button. Yeah, it's almost 5 hours. And yeah, okay, I'll be back. Peace.